Hello, hello, hello. How is everybody today? It is Saturday, I believe. Double check. Yes, it is. The 6th. Jesus. 6th of September. Where does the time go? Oh my god. The summer's gone already. It's crazy. It sucks. And it's starting to get cold again. I've already complained about this, but I'm going to complain some more because I hate the cold. I'm not looking forward to what's coming. Uh, is that a good way to start the stream? Me complaining? I don't know, probably not. But yeah, here we are. Here we are again. Another day. I've made it another day in a row somehow. Somehow I've been able to produce slop and cringe almost every day for I don't know, like 40 days or so. It's getting a lot. I think like on the stats it shows although these stats aren't technically correct cuz I was actually streaming I think on these days and the way it counts the time was not correct. Uh, yeah, these, I don't know what, these aren't right. It's quite a few though. I don't know if I've kept the, no, I didn't. Because there was 2 days I actually did take off. But it's been, at least 3 weeks will be tomorrow, I think, of every day. So that's not bad. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. So yeah, I've managed to at least be consistent. The quality I make no guarantees of. I guarantee nothing. As far as I'm concerned, this is all garbage. And I've said it before. I I think I hit 250 hours of streaming, which is actually insane in and of itself, to be honest. I don't know how the hell I already had that many hours, but I've watched not even 5 minutes of that, just for the record. So I have no idea. People are showing up occasionally, so obviously it's tolerable to a certain degree, but I don't know. I still cannot stand. It's very hard for me to listen to my own voice, if I'm being TBH. So let's get off. I always forget I'm on the starting screen. I hate getting stuck on here. Let's get off that screen because that's what makes it official that I've actually started. And I was only stuck in that screen for a few minutes, so that's not too bad. Okay, so what are we gonna do today? Probably some more of the stuff we did yesterday and the day before and the day before that. Maybe some new stuff. There was some cool stuff that got done yesterday. Some of it is currently, I noticed, not working as I thought it was. But you may notice Cute Chat Mod is now announcing, and these messages don't seem to be correct. It's taking over the timer job from Nightbot. So Nightbot, unfortunately, is getting low on the totem pole as far as what they're actually doing around here, which is not a whole lot recently. So I might, I don't know. There's still a few things on Stream Elements, like a few, I don't know. Nightbot I might be able to get rid of completely. I don't know about Stream Elements if I'm being honest. Also, I noticed I got DMCA'd on another fucking video from another one of those stupid engineering videos I just had auto playing the other day. It's like I would have never guessed one of those triggered that. So I'm gonna have to be careful about playing certain things and showing the video because it's always the video because I have the audio channel split, so that stuff doesn't show up, which probably makes it horrible to watch on YouTube. But somehow, there's 6 subscribers. I don't even know if they're real or not, but whatever. So yeah, yesterday we got Cute Chat Mod to actually do timers. Right towards the end, I got that mostly working. There are a few, at least 2 things I need to fix or change. One, and I thought I did this last night, but maybe I just didn't restart the server. One was, it should not ever be like posting those automatic messages while the stream is offline. So that's one of them. Because this is I mean, there's really no point. It just kind of just adds garbage to chat that doesn't need to be there. Also, it needs to like have some sort of trigger. Basically, so it needs like a real message to like trigger the timers, which Nightbot actually had, and I kind of overlooked like how you do kind of need like at least a basic form of that. Nightbot had it a little weird, like with how it was set up. But, so that's something else. Before we do that, let's get some music because I hate the silence. Oh wow, wait, what? Oh, I thought it was the same song. I've only been rambling for 5 minutes. It's crazy. It's crazy. Been able to reduce the rambling at the start. I want to, let's see, let me pause this. And hold on 1 second. I want to start, I want to get an auto. Whoops. What? Oh, YouTube makes me so angry with how its controls bounce around right when I'm about to click on something. What's super annoying is that YouTube itself is like that's a huge thing. Like when they judge a site and like it's how well it is, like how well it's set up is like how much stuff shifts around on the page when it's loading. And the YouTube video player is so goddamn annoying about that because it's like the play button like shifts over from like the next and or the back and forward button. So it's like you'll sometimes try and click the play button and it'll have shifted and you'll click like a back button or forward. It's so annoying. Literally the most annoying thing ever. Literally. Okay, this actually looks fairly decent volume there. So I already played the song, but I do want to. Here we go. Well, this is not. Hold on. I wanted to see if I could get a. Auto playlist based on this song, but it's not working quite how I was hoping. Oh, wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. Maybe if I switch account. Mature. It made it very different. Wow, that's interesting. But still not quite interesting. It's recommended me a lot of auto playlists now. Actually, you know what? Sorry. There's a very specific thing I was kind of want to listen to. Although, now I'm doubting myself. Whatever, I'm just going to leave this on. This is fine. You know what? I wonder, I wonder if I should make it so the timers only trigger if the last message was a non-timer message. Hmm. So let's see. I wonder how. So how would I set that up exactly? Also, like aside from these things I want to fix with the timers, which is kind of what I'm doing now. If I wasn't clear about what I was starting to do, I need to fix these timers. There's a couple issues. Aside from that, there's some other stuff. Like I was actually in another channel, Cyrano's channel, and I saw something kind of cool, which I never noticed with one of his bots or never really paid attention to, which is when somebody posted a YouTube link and the bot was just automatically like, was able to detect that it was a YouTube video, which is not hard at all, but it also pulled like the title of that video just from the link and like posted it in chat, so you kind of like know what's there before even having to click it, which is actually kind of cool. So I might try and do something like that. I don't know if there's like an official appy or something for like that, or I don't know. Hey, kitty, what's happening? What is going on? You're on pretty early today. Normally you're a late night watcher, it seems like. What do you got going on? Good to hear. I'm glad. I'm doing pretty good. Just getting the stream started, just getting settled in. It's a holiday? What holiday is it? Is that holiday in Canada? I don't ever like keep track of holidays. I'm so horrible about dates and stuff. I like normally don't even know what day it is. Like that's I don't know what day it is until I start the stream and like, oh yeah, it's Saturday? I'm so bad about that. Like even birthdays and stuff, I'm so bad. I don't know why. What holiday is it though? What's the goal for today? Well, first, the timers thing I set up last night has a few small things I need to fix. Like one, it was spamming all night, like while no one was here and the stream wasn't going, which I thought I had changed that, and maybe I just didn't restart the server. I'm not sure, but I need to double check that. And then also, it's still a little spammy. There's like something else, like one more like setting I need to add in there. And then I might work on some other, like actually I was going to look into how hard it would be to set up like basic TTS for certain things. Since it's on so many streams, it can't be that difficult. But I've never actually like looked into how like people set that up normally. So I'm kind of curious. I might dive into searching out how to do that, and then maybe try some other like gift redemptions. Like I was thinking it might be cool just as like a simple gift redemption to like have like a toggle for this rainbow weird effect, like blur effect on Astolfo, just for something like different. Just to kind of like be able to see like a change on screen from something like a redemption. Because I don't have anything currently set up for that. Yeah, like the rainbow Astolfo, yeah. Or like just a way to like to toggle like the filters on and off, essentially. Because I was watching somebody else's channel, and a lot of people have this. Cyrano TV, I don't know if you've heard of him, but he has like does like a VTuber, and he has different GIF redemptions that can automatically like remove the hair from his model, or like change like the image or something, or change the model around or something like that. So there's ways of doing that, and I already have like kind of part of that set up, so I might try and like hook OBS into the GIF redemption stuff like that. So a little bit of variety is the goal. Kind of play with a few new things. So, but yeah, that'll just be like a kind of almost like a hello world of just getting some of that stuff set up. And like once I get like a basic thing going through OBS, which I already kind of have some, I can just like essentially like almost copy paste it between other things that do like, similar stuff. Because it's essentially like the Astolfo thing is essentially, if you look on here, it's just like a couple of filters I have turned on. And I was just testing a whole bunch of like these new filters I have, which also I might play with these a little bit, because I'm not sure I've even showed off much of these, but I downloaded like a whole bunch of filters like a week ago, and I've only played with them a little bit. But there's like a whole bunch of like filters, like you can do like all sorts of like 3D effects and stuff, like to make it look like it's actually like 3D. Like if I wanted it to like spin or something, I think I could do something like that. But you can make, you know, like all sorts of different things. Like what was the, oh yeah, look like like you're looking up from the bottom. It's kind of crazy just like how perspective and like 3D rotation, uh, you know, it can just make thing like a 2D image look kind of so weird. But yeah, you can, these are all just, you know, just regular filters. And then I mean, it's really cool, like, especially because I've like done like shader stuff before. And actually, this particular one is just user defined shader. And all it is, there's 150 plus different shader effects in here. And all of them have their own settings like this. Like this one is for the rainbow. So I can like change all these settings for like the rainbow, make it like grayscale, change the luminosity, which, whoops. So you can like the spread, like this is like the spread of the actual whatever. So it's like, it's crazy. And this is just one shader. And there's 150 of these things. And it's like, I don't know, this person, like, I don't know if they set up all these, but it's actually insane. Like, just to, yeah, it's actually crazy. Like, how much time it would have taken to do all this. And it's all free. That's what's crazy. That's what's so nice about OBS. So yeah, it's essentially those things. I'm essentially just adding a glow, which is kind of like it's like an outline type of thing, where it's got a whole bunch of, where is it? Oh, right here. Yeah, I don't know if this person did the same. Oh, this is another person that has a lot of really cool extensions. So what did I just change? Oh, the size. You can like, you know, you can make it like super crazy if you want. Like make it really intense. I mean, it's like, it's crazy like how much stuff you can do in here. It's absolutely insane like how much stuff you can. And the cool thing is they all stack on each other. So then you can do like this, and then you can do like this blur. Like this blur alone is like a pixelate blur. So normally it would be like this, like a normal pixelate, but you can actually change it to this Voronoi, which is like it's like kind of like a random noise type thing. And then you can actually animate that. Yeah, that's like a censorship blur or something. You could do, I mean, there's Gaussian, which is like a basic. These are all basic. I've never even heard of this blur type. And temporal, so this actually like fades it over. Well, maybe it won't work that well on here. See how it like fades it over time? So you can actually do it like over multiple frames and stuff. It's kind of crazy. So I'm just using like the pixelate with this, but like rhomboid, and you can change it so it looks like, look at how crazy, like just from this one thing, you can make it. And then you can change the smoothing so it's like this or like this. It's like literally insane how much you. So you want to give the option to change it. I want essentially want to give the option to, basically it's just gonna like uncheck these or check them essentially. It's not gonna be, I don't know if you can go so deep as to like change properties and stuff with the OBS like appy or what. Like I said, I've not really changed it or played with it much. Let's see, where did I have this? But yeah, it's kind of crazy, just like just the crazy effects you can get just by like stacking stuff. And this blur is actually animated. So this like pattern, like if I were to freeze this, oops. Actually, it might not work if I freeze it. But yeah, the blur is actually like an animated pattern. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm sorry. I'm kind of like nerding out on this thing. I'm like way more excited than I should be for some stupid video filters. I just it's really cool to me having spent like some time in that area just to see how like powerful it is and how many like cool things you can do just like by playing with settings. Like I wish I would have known about this stuff like years ago. Fuboza, what are you doing to Estelfa? Welcome in. And what are you using? PS fellow FEMBOY here. Welcome, Fuboza. We're always welcome to more FEMBOYs. Always welcome to anybody, but wink wink, especially FEMBOYs. Kitty doesn't mind a FEMBOY or two either. I'm just kind of playing with some filters on Estelfo right now, kind of just showing off a few things that you can do with OBS and a real like simple like filters. Like you can do like a stroke effect, like this 3D, you can freeze it, color correction. And I was talking about actually making it so you could like toggle between like the rainbow version and like the regular version through like a GIF redemption or something like that. So, but welcome in. It is a GIF. Yeah, it's just a basic GIF currently. Like if I take all this stuff off, it's just a super simple GIF with like a 20 frames or so. It was actually funny, the GIF. Yeah, it's not a basic. Yeah, I apologize. It's not basic. Nothing about Estelfo is basic. Also, am I saying I've heard his name pronounced differently? Is that actually like Estelfo? That's how you pronounce that, right? I don't know why. Like I heard someone else say his name, and like it was way different than I thought it was pronounced. I was like, is that the right ways to say that? I don't know. Yes, we definitely do. Sakiro, welcome in. Forsenby. I'm surprised a Forsenby came back. No, I'm joking. I thought you would have been hopping around to many other channels. Other Forsen tag channel. Do I still have the Forsen tag? I think I do, don't I? Yeah, I do. So welcome in, everybody. I was just kind of nerding out over some OBS filters and Estelfo here. So hopefully everyone appreciates the Estelfo GIF. No one's actually taken it, asked me to take it down or said it annoys them in any way. So actually showed up and recommended. Really? Well, that's interesting. Maybe based on your view history. And I do have a FEMBOY tag and FEMBOY in every title of every stream, pretty much. So maybe there's a connection there. I don't know what. I thought I had the picture-in-picture going. Also, is the music? How is the volume for that? It's kind of hard for me to tell sometimes. Did that show up? Nope. Stuff was making me feel hot. I mean, I had to search out the actual original GIF because it's from. I only knew about it because of the 7TV emote. But yeah, this is like I guess where the original emote came from. But the one I found, it's so funny. Here, I'll show you. This actually was like a whole thing. The one I found was like it wasn't a transparent background. So I ended up like working with ChatGPT and making a like my own background remover. Oh, is this oh, why didn't it autocomplete? To be honest, all stuff awesome. I'm glad it's working. I made this background remover essentially just for, where is it? It started like this, but I like tried to use multiple AI like ChatGPT, Gemini, and some other websites to like fix this GIF automatically because there's problems like where the shirt color is very similar to the outside. And it was having issues where it was like fucking up stuff. And I was like, fuck it. It was always kind of like a tool I wanted to make. I just like got with ChatGPT and we basically just put this whole thing, and it actually works like really well. Like you can have multiple flood points here. You can zoom in to like certain areas. I probably should. It's a single HTML essentially. Actually, you can access it, I think. Hold on, let me double check. I think. God damn it. Oh yeah, it is. It's actually up. So if anybody actually wants to like actually see it or use it, it's actually there. But you can like link the views because obviously the site over here is showing like the real time. So you can link the views and see like, oh, like in particular, like I was having trouble like right here. So I was like having hard time like clicking like way out. So we added a zoom and the ability to like, so you can see in like real time like what it's doing. But you can also, of course, like change feather, change the strength. Well, this doesn't. Well, wait a second. Oh, I guess it is. Change like the fall off for the actual like how the transparency is calculated around the edges, seeing like the actual mask it's using, changing the background colors to make sure it actually looks good on different things. So it was like a full-fledged like background remover, and it all came about because of this Astelfo GIF that's on screen. Oh, thank you. I admit I didn't do a whole. I guided it through most of it, obviously, but um, it got to this whole thing actually ended up being like 2,000 lines, and then once it got to like the very end, all I wanted to do, the very last thing I wanted, was to add this little thing right here, just a button and a super basic pop up, and I tried like 3 or 4 times, and every time it tried to add it, it ended up screwing something up. So I ended up saying, fuck it. I finished this and said, I'm not doing anything else with it because it was like at a point where it was just way, way too much for it. Okay, kitty. So yeah, that's the whole story behind the Alstelfo GIF. So I actually ended up like one more thing I could have added was doing some sort of like a way to make it easier to like do a whole GIF because I ended up doing it like frame by frame. But I mean, you can like copy paste the image here. You can actually copy the image like right out, or you can save it here. So, and you can take off the individual flood points. It's kind of crazy, like how well it actually worked out. So, but you would think AI would be able to do that stuff better now. I was like super surprised how bad both Gemini and I think Grok and ChatGPT. I asked all of them. And I probably could have eventually found something, but there's even some other like auto tools that were specifically meant for flooding. And it's still it just it has to be because the color of the clothes in the background are like exactly the same color. But even still, it's like I mean, obviously there's different thresholds for like the flooding, which is gonna change a lot of stuff, but like I'm able to like flood this fairly easily without having to like worry about certain things like yeah. So that was a whole thing. That was a whole thing. So now I have this like remover tool that's just whatever. Yeah, this is actually turned out really cool. So you can actually like see like very detailed changes or like pick points and like see how the different settings like really change things. Plus this I think this is really cool too. I really cuz a lot of the time some of these things it might look good on black, but it'll look horrible on white. So you kind of I actually found some like interesting values that I would have never have thought would worked otherwise. Like using ease out or something that actually like made it worked much better for a black or white background. It's kind of surprising. So, yep, just stupid nerd stuff. But this is like I think one of the best things about ChatGPT currently is the ability to create one-off. Like I don't care what this code looks like in the background. It's got like 2,000s of lines, and I didn't really monitor or like verify what it was doing. What is your primary expertise? Like, what would you say you're skilled at? I mean, I am a programmer. Like, I've been doing programming professionally for like the last 10 years. So, I mean, I do have a background in programming. JS is probably my strongest language, but I was doing a game development actually. I don't know, Hightail, if you've ever heard of that. It was a game that was supposed to come out, but never ended up actually come out because the person leading it pretty much drove the whole project into the ground. But I worked on Hightail for 5 years, the first 5 years it came around. So yeah, that was my actual first like real programming job. Hy Tale. Yeah, if you Google it, there's gonna be probably a million things that pop up because it was a whole like thing at this point. It was basically a game that was supposed to be like Minecraft that was like created by the largest current like Minecraft server team. Um, no. That was all with that was C# and Java over there. But then after I left, they ended up going to like C++. They ended up changing languages like 3 different times. It was a nightmare. I did create, I mean, if you want to see, I don't know why I'm copying this instead of just writing it. This is my website. That's where most of my JavaScript experiences come from. I've wrote easily 150,000 lines of code for that website. Like easily. And that's not even counting the back end. That's just the front client JS. So when I started that, it was essentially, what started that whole thing was me going, how hard would it be to do like the most basic voxel rendering? Like, and there happened to be a Java, because I had never done any 3D rendering, and I'd done a little game programming through Unity. But I had actually never really used JavaScript that much actually either before I started this. So this was like me like really understanding like my Chrome acceleration disabled, so I can't even. Oh yeah. Are you on mobile? Because if you're on mobile, yeah, it's not. It's gonna be way different. Because it was more design. It technically works on mobile, but it's not designed. And if your acceleration is off, it will be god awful. And I don't know why that is, because the way acceleration works, it doesn't know I disabled so I can screenshot things from course. I mean, if there's a reason, I mean, a valid reason, that's fine. But I do know, because that is normally enabled by default. I do know if that is disabled, it will run shitty because my program is running through the GPU like a normal program, like a normal like game would. So that acceleration it does for that stuff, I don't know even why maybe it screws other things up. I'm not sure. But I know I have turned that off in the past and noticed it like kills the site essentially. The loading bar is standing still. What browser are you using? Out of curiosity. And are you on mobile or no? Did you say? I can't remember. If I re-enable my acceleration, my Chrome will need to restart and I'll drop for. Oh. I mean, you don't have to look at it now. I mean, it's just something you can look at another time. But yeah, it's acceleration is kind of needed. Oh, please don't. Oh no, you said you were using Chrome. Well, yeah, Mac. I don't know. It should work on Mac. I mean, it's not like really OS dependent or even browser dependent, but it's complicated enough where there's some one-off things that can sometimes, I don't know, make it act funny. Plus, I haven't really worked on that site, honestly, in I shouldn't say several years, but It's been a while. I kind of got burnout from working on it so much. Oh, it's essentially sorry, I guess yeah, if you can't see it. It's essentially kind of Minecraft in the browser. So yeah, I basically took a voxel demo that was like 400 lines that showed the basics of how shader programming worked, how you essentially create the geometry like for meshes and stuff, like how those are calculated, like super basics of voxel rendering, where it's like, oh, if there's a block here, you don't render this area because it's white culled. Um, it was actually, I don't know if I can. This was so long ago. I don't know if I can find the original website, but it is. Oh, what was it? I have it wrote down somewhere. I can't think of it offhand, but it was essentially a 400 line voxel demo that also had like some Perl and Gen stuff. Um, but I took that and basically uh, broke it down, learned how everything worked, and then just kind of like, oh, how hard would it be to do this? And then I asked that question like 5,000 times and ended up coming up with basically Minecraft in the browser. It's not completely Minecraft, but there's a lot of stuff. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, my memory. Well, this thing definitely killed my memory, especially because it just became so big. Like, my memory is not good as it is, and you just can't. Once it gets over 100K lines, it's just that's insane. That's an insane amount of code. And I had wrote all of this was all before AI. I wrote all of that before AI. So this was all like me manually doing stuff. And it just between that and me doing stuff on the website, like it kind of just like almost like broke my brain to a little bit. Like it's better to probably label it as like burnout, but like I felt like it kind of like broke my brain. I tried to do too much myself, I think. Yeah, well, I don't know. I'll be honest. There's some areas that I would probably put code in, but there's definitely areas I would never let it touch with the 10-foot pole. I even recently, the way I've been using it most recently is I basically segregate ChatGPT code and my code. So it's like completely separate. Like I let it only do like the little small things or the little things I can like explain very easily and know like it doesn't really matter like how it does it as long as it like does it correctly. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't like looking at its code and going through it if I don't have to. If it works, it works. Like if I'm not giving it things to do where I would ever be worried about like it doing something crazy to affect performance or something like that. Like if there's anything performant or like hierarchy or structural, like top down wise, I've kind of like stopped. Um, I actually, and this is almost embarrassing to say, I use Notepad++ for most things. I've used VS Code and I use like Eclipse when I was doing stuff like game development, but I kind of started with Notepad++ for like JavaScript, and I've never really felt like I needed an IDE, honestly, for it. And there's a lot of things IDEs are awesome for, but for the things I know, I don't think it is. I mean, it still works for me. I mean, it's definitely old as shit, but I mean, I also open up. Yeah, you might be. I mean, it kind of looks like one of the old school, like almost Vim editors in like how basic it is. It's not like one of the Vim editors at all though or anything like that. I've never been one of the super heavy keybind guys. like I said, it's just kind of what I got used to. And I don't know. I just it's not bloated. Like there's a lot of bloat in IDEs that like you might be using like 5% of the actual like what's in there. Oh no, I know. I'm in the minority. Yeah, for sure. But it's just like I said, I've never needed it in like I realize you can't see the website, but the website I've worked on like it's got features that are literally no other like thing has come close to as far as performance. And yeah, Notepad is super lightweight. Yeah, VS Code is a little heavy. So yeah, I am kind of like I do like I way too much copy pasting from ChatGPT. Like I really do need to one of these days kind of like try and use one of the newer editors because I know there's a lot. Like I can what was the cursor I think someone recommended to me the other day, but I haven't like taken the time to get it. Yeah, I don't care. I've gotten to the point in my life where it's just like I don't care. I think so, I think a lot of stuff's going to change in the next 10 years where I don't know. We're going to be looking at life a lot different. I know that's kind of completely unrelated, but I yeah, have just kind of just stopped caring. Like before I was like super thank you. I appreciate that. Before I used to be like and I still am like super shy and I get like anxiety in certain situations. I know it's different online to a certain degree, but I was like always like very cautious about putting myself out there at all. Like I've never really was one to post like at least personal stuff. Like when I was doing my website, I don't feel weird necessarily about posting about that kind of stuff, but about myself or anything like personal. I'm reaching my care threshold myself, trust me. What do you mean your care threshold? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yep. I don't know. It's just well, I don't know. I'm going to be honest. The AI stuff has definitely got me doing a lot of thinking about different things, and especially being a programmer. Um, like as someone who was probably in the group of programmers who 5 years ago never would have imagined, uh, like the stuff that's being done with AI could ever happen. At least, you know, at the current time. It's made me think about some things. Like I don't know, that maybe sounds weird, but like I don't know. I think there's a lot of change that's going to be coming soon from this stuff, and we're kind of just not. I don't know. I don't want to say we're not ready, but I'm not sure how to describe it. AI is advancing us as a species in a way. Previously, we were very shy, but it's helping us move forward. Yeah, that and it's just so general um, that it can be applied to almost anything, really. And so many people compare it to like, oh, well, the horse and buggy, blah, 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 when cars came around. But that is like, while that was a huge thing, that is not near as like, I think land breaking is something like this, where it could just, there's so many white collar jobs that are just essentially moving information around from one system to another that AI is just going to essentially wipe out. Like there's so many office jobs literally are basically moving information from one digital system to another. And they just aren't like super compatible. But AI is going to essentially just take over all of those jobs, plus programmer jobs, plus, artist jobs, plus everything else eventually. Like, I don't know what will be left for humans except for being human. Honestly, as dumb as that sounds, like AI will never be human. That's for sure. It will never like I think like understand what it means to be human because I think being human is about having to actually live every single day and like you know, actually have a life and those built up experiences and connections with people. I think it will be people who know how to use AI productively will still have jobs. Oh, I think so too. I mean, but it is a tool, but I mean, essentially we're our tools too. The thing is with us, we have flaws that you can, well, I should say that aren't easy to fix, but AI, um, you can eventually probably get those fixes in there. Plus, I mean, with AI, it's essentially limitless as far as like if you come up with a digital version or AI version of Einstein, you can just duplicate that however many times you want. Like the physical world can only have like one Einstein, like one human, and one like productivity output of an Einstein, essentially. All the breakthroughs of a singular. But if AI can just, get to that level and then duplicate, that's when things are going to get actually like just like an avalanche of probably craziness. Because it's still early. It's still really, I don't think, understands in a lot of ways. Yeah, I mean, humans do a lot of things better. Humans are way better at a lot of things still. Plus, I think, I don't know, I think we're gonna like really understand, like, I don't want to say how insignificant we are, but I don't know. We're always like, humans very much put humans on a pedestal. Like, we're so special. The universe, like, we don't necessarily say it, but the universe is about us. We always think, oh, is there any other life out there? Like, like, life is the only thing that matters. We have no idea what the fuck is going on in the universe. Like, we have no idea. And I don't know. It's just, we know so little about like so many things, but yet we think we know so much about things. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. I mean, it might be to some degree, like, and you wonder how much of, because all the AI is trained on stuff from us. So how much of our issues are in AI, I guess you could say. I mean, all of the things they tried and like fix for, like it being racist and stuff like that, I mean, is essentially trying to like fix the human behavior or human flaws that have leaked in there. So it's kind of funny, like how that works in that way. So I don't know. I just realized also this video picture in picture is still not working correctly. Hold on. Um, where is this here? Hold on 1 second. Come on, picture. I think there we go. True, I use ChatGPT 5. It's really good for me. I can't fault it, but it's also got kind of a reflection of me, I guess. Oh, it definitely does. I mean, and that's kind of the point of them to a certain degree. Like the whole projects like are kind of like that too, where it's like, and it is kind of nice. Like if I've gone to it several times, conversing about, let's say, oh, I'm doing something in Node.js, I'm using Twerple, whatever, um, thing. How do I do this like particular or whatever? It's like, and then I don't have to necessarily like explain that stuff next time, or it can like connect the dots from like previous conversation to your current one. Like it's like, oh, I know your class kind of looks like this, so I'm gonna, make this thing this way. Oh yeah, it definitely doesn't always just try and make you happy, play that sycophant role or whatever, which is what one of its biggest, I think, flaws in some of the older versions people were complaining about. I didn't think the older, I mean, how come you know Forsen? Because I'm just cool like that. Why don't you know Forsen? That should be the question you're asking yourself. Why don't you know Forsen? Who doesn't know Forsen? I'm sorry for saying hi. Cute? Why? You don't like cute chat mod? Oh, no. What? Are you misinterpreting cute chat mod's message? Forsen tease. Okay. Okay, you got me. That's I've yet to hear that one actually. Surprisingly enough. How the fuck have I never heard that D's nuts joke? I'll be honest, I haven't actually been in Forsen's channel in a while. Please remember you can still leave, yeah. Did I misgender the bot? Probably. I don't know what you gendered it, but probably. It can be a little testy too. Like, don't ever do something like this, or it'll it doesn't like those. It also has a few quirks too. A few things that might time you out. It's a she, her, I'm calling it. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It doesn't like numbers, yeah. It's a clanker that doesn't like numbers. I would kind of regret not actually using a clanker related name instead of cute chat mod. I think it would have been funny. Of course, Twitch probably would have maybe changed it since it sounds like a, I don't know. Hard R. Oh, my bad. Clanka? My bad, my clanka. Is that better? I don't know why I'm saying it like that. Did I miss something? I feel like I missed something. Oh yeah, we were just talking about the ChatGPT stuff, but I think but you're not you are the second Forsen. A second Forsen boy in here. Where did Nani go? Does anybody know? I just want to know that. Did anybody ever find out? I know that's like happened a million years ago, but it still saddens me. So I'm not sure what I was actually doing before, if anything, except just talking about random stuff. Oh, you know his ass, Sekiro? He alerts you there's a FEMBOY with a Forsen tag around. It's hard to believe. Not like in a weird way. Sure, yeah. I'm sure. Just like I don't have this Astolfo here. Whoops. In a weird way. Sure. It's totally in a cool, normal way. Totally in a cool, normal way like that. What the fuck was I actually doing? I actually was doing some programming, believe it or not. I actually do some of that from time to time in this channel. In between making ChatGPT do it. So that's what's happening. I'm not even sure how to say your name. How do you say your name? Virix? How would you pronounce that? Also, Faboza. I guess that's not that hard. That's probably the right way of saying that, right? Faboza? Yes? No? Uncan. Viper Daddy? That works for me. I'll go with Viper Daddy. Faboza. Oh, Phobos. Za. Like pizza, right? You live in pizza? I've never heard of the country of pizza, but welcome. South Africa. Okay. Okay. I actually did not know that was the abbreviation for South Africa. That's interesting. I'm sure I've seen it before. Why is that the abbreviation? What is that like actually reference to? There's got to be something like a real ZA, or is it South Africa or Zulul Africa? South Africa. Oh, I see. Is that where Zulul comes from? Is that why it's zoo in front of lul? Or am I just connecting things that shouldn't be connected? I don't think I have Zulul here, do I? It would be unfortunate if I did. I don't. It's probably not good. I know the Force and Buys enjoy that one. Also, how are you guys still watching Forsen in the year 2025? Can I just ask you guys that? I'm sorry. ZA is the country code. Sorry. Oh, okay. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I never really realized like how many actually people on Twitch were from South Africa. There's a fair amount. And that you guys were also in the same time zone as like UK. I think, isn't that right? So Astelfo versus Link, who is best femboy? I don't know. I've seen some pictures of Link, and that's tough. Honestly, there's that. What is that? Jabroni Mike has that. Have you? I don't know if you guys know who that is, or there's a channel called Jabroni Mike, and he has that like a femboy Link as one of his emotes, and man, I might have to get one like that instead of these Hutapensu emotes. Yeah, I need to get some more, a bit more, Astelfo media. Some pictures. Yeah. Bro, I wonder, oh, you know what? I wonder if I can make Nightbot say it. I wonder if he's subbed to that channel. There is a site you can actually look up. Jabroni Mike emotes. Goddamn Google. Let's see. I want to see if I can find it because it's them trap pics. I'm surprised Twitch let him have it because it's an actual Twitch emote. Pretty sure. Yeah, here. I guess it's not that bad, but it is. It's definitely Femboy Link. I mean, here's the actual link to the. I wonder if I can actually have Nightbot. Let's see. Oh, damn it. He's not subbed to Jabroni Mike. You can sometimes get Nightbot to say other people's emotes if they're subbed. But it's not set up for him. It's a pretty good emote though. But technically, like Twitch's rules are you're technically supposed to own like all rights to whatever you're using as an emote, but I've seen shit like that people definitely don't own the rights to. Like, like franchise type of stuff. So I don't know how strict they actually are about that. Yeah, because he has like a Peter Griffin emote. I mean, he has a whole bunch of like shit that like he definitely doesn't own the rights to. So maybe they just say that to like for legal reasons because they have to. That's my guess. But yeah, I definitely need to get a few different emotes. It's funny because Twitch like automatically like runs like manual checks on certain emotes like based on their name, like any blush or like any flush emote like automatically have to get manually reviewed. I think just based on the name alone. For what it's worth, I'm Millennium too. Okay, cool. Nice. The millennials are the best. Best gen. Zoomers. Psh. I mean, at least they're not. I don't even want to say the name of the next the next generation. How are they gonna give a generation alpha? That's just like, come on. Can we like that's gotta be a joke, right? Gen Alpha? That is what's after the Zoomers, right? I'm pretty sure. Which is ridiculous. Gen Alpha. I need to turn this music up a little here. Man, I wonder who said some where I showed up on a recommended. I wonder if I'm like showing up on like recommended for some reason for people. So I normally don't have that many people in here this early. Kind of interesting. Those forcing tags must just finally be paying off for me. That investment in forcing tags was well worth it. Okay. Oh, let's see. So Faboza, are you into the programming? No, I'm not. I don't know if I don't know what if I were to do that or not. I'm currently not in a great place in life where like I could do that, but there's other things like I think I would like to do. Honestly, I'll be completely honest. I don't think HRT would help me as much as some other stuff. Like, well, it would definitely help me, but like, like I have certain features that are way more masculine than I like. Like, in particular, like facial hair that I would love to get, like some sort of treatment on. Heroin goes way smoother. I imagine it does. Heroin is definitely one of those drugs where it's like, that's something I don't want to experience because it's like, I don't want to know like how good, it's like, it's too good. I've tried, or I shouldn't say I've tried, but I was given. I went to the hospital for like a kidney stone, and it was like crazy painful. And they gave me something where I instantly went from like crazy in pain to like I don't care about anything. I was like, oh, this is like why people are like addicted to this shit. It's like I get it. Note to self: never ever try this because it's too good. Yeah, that too. I'm not a big needle guy. Definitely not. Definitely not a needle guy. Plus, I don't know, it's too much. Like that's like too much. Like the way it hits, like I imagine, because I've never actually, outside of like a hospital, I've never like shot up anything on my own. That's where I draw the line. I've done some other stuff, questionable, questionable stuff, definitely, but I would draw the line there. Definitely draw the line there. Plus, I've never been big on the downers, I guess. I'm definitely been more of a I would download a car. Definitely. If I thought I could get away with it, I would. That ad definitely wouldn't have worked on me. It would have been based on can I get away with it? Like I'm not like morally I don't give a shit about downloading a car. The people making the car, they have plenty of money. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to steal a car from somebody, but I'll download one. What was I saying? How did we get on heroin? I don't even know. Oh, it's that joke. Oh yeah, so yeah, I don't know. I would like to get like laser treatment, I think, on my face, and a couple other places. Because honestly, like for me, that is the biggest like red alert, red alert. A stealtho thingy is a guy. I don't know. You can take a closer look. You squint a little bit here. I'll make it. I mean, I'll leave that up to you. What you what you think? I think he is. Whoops. Oh shit. Uh-oh. He just disappeared. I have to reset. How can I make a nutting undone? Oh man. It's the lifelong question, isn't it? How many of us here would not exist if we could do that? So maybe that shouldn't be a thing we can do. Be like Back to the Future, where it'll start disappearing in the photo by unnutting. Hopefully I don't know like what I'm allowed to show on Twitch. Hopefully they're cool with that. They're not so much cool with like if I were to do that on a webcam. I know they're not super cool on that to a certain extent. But hopefully El Stelfo's okay. We'll see. I mean, what's the worst? I mean, you only get a couple days for what, horsecock? So, I mean, a Stelfo cock certainly can't be much more than that, right? I can't imagine. Plus, it's covered up in this. Surely, nothing worse can happen than that. Surely a lowly affiliate will be given the benefit of the doubt. I can only imagine there's some Twitch staff that are also FEMBOY enjoyers. I mean, I feel like there's a large percentage of lolly. What? Where are you? Who saying lolly? I think you might be hearing things. The voices in your head might be screaming something to you. I said that? What? Clip it. I want to hear it. Maybe I just wasn't enunciating. Maybe I need to enunciate better. What word sounded like lolly? I'm not even sure. I forget what I say like 10 seconds after I say it, so I'm not even sure what I was saying, to be honest. I found that as a side effect of streaming. I talk and literally immediately forget what I'm saying. Also, what was I saying before you started speaking about lollies? I was aware of something. Oh yeah, about getting banned. Oh yeah, a Stelfocock, right? Right. I'm glad we got back to the subject of a Stelfocock. So hopefully a Stelfocock won't be my undoing. But if it is, I mean, if you're gonna go down for anything, why not a Stelfocock, right? I mean, I'm okay with that. It's not a bad way to go. Not a bad way at all. Also, I was gonna add a redemption to make the Giga Astelfo, Giga Rainbow Ched Astelfo. Whoops. How about that? I just need to make it a redemption now. So there's actually a redemption that changes something on screen. So maybe let's do that. Sounds like a fun thing. So, uh-oh. Proof? Delete the VOD, delete the clips, shut down the stream. It's over. Wait, hold on a second. Oh, I have this stupid tab muted. I hate hearing my own voice. What is happening? Why can't I hear it? Am I literally not speaking in that clip, or am I going crazy? Oh, wait, what? Oh, it's because I hit my... God, the stupid volume is so fucked. I forgot I had my actual computer volume down. God damn it. This is going to make my music really loud, too. Hold on. I need to pause this. Oh God. Oh, my voice is so horrible. How do people listen to my voice? Oh my God. My voice is so bad. I cannot stand listening to my voice. Lowly. Surely a lowly affiliate. Also, yes, I might have brain damage. And I think streaming has definitely increased whatever damage there was before. Also, man, my voice is painful to listen to. Oh man, it makes me not want to speak. I truly don't understand how people can stand listening to it. I hope that goes away in the future. Yeah, that you are clearly, that's like an ink blot test, by the way. Viper Daddy. Let me make sure. Actually, hold on. Don't move, Viper Daddy. I want to I need to nickname you Viper Daddy so I can remember that for the future, because I probably will forget that. Aware of yes. Why also, why does your thing show up like with a blank badge? Is that, what does that look like on another? Oh, what is that badge you have? Z event. I've actually never seen that. Is that brand new? It's not even showing up on my OBS for some reason. Who has Linux issues? Not me. Who's using Linux? At home? No. Certainly not me. Also, I do have brain damage. I actually legitimately do. Well, maybe it's time to switch to Linux then. I use it on my, I mean, obviously, I use it on my server. I mean, I'm not that far gone. I'm not that cooked where I'm trying to use something other than Linux on a server, but, uh, I don't know. Eh. I've never actually used any Linux-based like distro for like main home use. I've always just been a Windows person, and not that I like Windows, because I don't really like it. I just I don't want to use Linux now. I don't want. I don't know. Maybe they're not. Maybe Ubuntu isn't so bad with the interface, but fake FEMBOY. Every FEMBOY has not even on Arch. No, 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 no. I'm not that much of a nerd. I don't think I weigh nearly enough either. Don't you have to be like at least 300 pounds min? Every single picture I think I've seen of Arch Linux users have always been like at least 300 pounds. Now, I mean, which, not that I'm hating on fat people, but I'm just saying, I don't weigh 300 pounds. Pounds! I'm sorry, I can't pronunciate or enunciate, whatever. I can't say words properly. Prim and properly. I'm from the US. What do you expect? You're lucky I can read and write, honestly. Oh, you know what? It actually changes your name to Viper Daddy. What? I thought it just... whatever. So now your name is actually Viper Daddy. Also, yeah, it's weird that the badge isn't showing up. Oh, you know what? I bet if I refresh, it probably will. Yeah, I guess I just haven't refreshed my OBS chat in forever. That badge is newer than my OBS chat. What is happening? Follower goal. Oh shit. 10 more followers till VIP badges. Also, Is it shill time? Anybody up for some shilling? Anyone have some shillings they want to shill? Or wait. Yep, that was me. It wasn't. Who was it? Ronan? That's definitely Ronan. Are you? Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Also, Viper Daddy, I didn't even realize you hadn't followed. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I don't pay attention to my activity feed like I should. I'm really, really bad about that. I need to put that somewhere where I can see it. I'm very bad about that. Also, shill time. Guess what? September. And also, guess what? Founder badges. That's right. Yeah, there's actually an activity feed for stream that you're not supposed to, but I mean that's how you see when people follow you or whatever. And I'm bad about watching it and saying thank you to people about following. That's why I want to have my bot do that at some point in the future, but I don't have that set up. Anyways, yes. Founder badges. All you have to do, you sub 1 month and you'll have a founder badge forever. Not a bad deal. Just saying. Not a bad deal. If I wasn't almost homeless, I would definitely sub to my own channel. Probably. Twitch. Oh yeah, it does suck. Most people have that shit announced in chat. Yeah. Well, I mean, not most people. I mean, some people don't even like to have their name announced when they follow. I know some people don't like that. It may be a few amount, but there are the shy guys, super shy guys, especially in a FEMBOY channel, a Futa Pantsuit FEMBOY channel. They might be expecting certain things. Obviously not fucking I show speed or some shit. Well, yeah, obviously. But I mean, even some smaller channels, I mean, don't do it. It just depends. But yeah, I should definitely have something better set up. And I'm trying to make my own notification system with this whole node server thing I've got going on, which is actually what I'm actually doing. It's not just a to-do list. I have this whole node server that's part Twitch bot, part web server, part OBS web server, part Discord bot, part you name it. OBS stat monitor. It's got a lot of shit. So I'm kind of working on this whole thing currently. Well, the last couple weeks I have been. It basically started out as a ChatGPT project that got too big, and I basically took it away from ChatGPT and kind of refactored the whole thing so it wasn't programmed like absolute garbage. And I've been trying to refactor and add things since then, slowly but surely. Because there's a fair amount of things I want to be able to do with it. So currently it's doing basic stuff like commands like this. And some of these commands actually aren't working or set up for anything currently. And there's not even that many of them. I'm still kind of, did I even test the title stuff? I'm not sure if I tested these. I just added title and game last night. Okay, so those actually work. Also, can you hear the pings when that pings me? And why is the music not playing? Oh, did I pause that? I did. Holy shit, that's loud. Jesus. So yeah, it's a whole thing. But there's a Discord bot aspect, a Twitch bot aspect. One thing I have, Viper Daddy, that other people don't have, is my bot will actually say hi to you when you come in. It actually tracks if you, well, I guess some people might have that. It's not that special. But it tracks, which most people have oh, is it their first message in the channel? But this also tracks if it's your first message during this live session too. So it actually greets people on their first channel message and first session message. Jesus. feel like I'm trying to speak with gum in my mouth. So there's quite a bit, actually, that's kind of going with it. So essentially what I have, this is kind of, like I said, it originally started as a single file project with ChatGPT. But it got to the point where it just got too complicated for it to handle all the different aspects of it. And every time I tried to do something additionally, it would end up screwing up something else while trying to do the thing I was trying to do. So I basically took it all over because I wasn't paying attention to what it was doing. And it had created a lot of garbage, like, of course it did. So I took it over, and because I'm a masochist, basically, and IDEs are for pussies that don't know how to fucking program. How about that? Boom! Sub now or get banned. I'm joking. Wouldn't that be crazy, though, if I was like that? But that's basically why. I don't really need an IDE. I'll take the ban. That was a threat, sorry. You called me on it, you got me. I concede. If I had VIPs, I'd also make you a VIP. Because your name is kind of turning me on a little bit. Ronan, wait a second. Why is this saying it's your first time? Oh, I'm sorry, Jesus. You follow, that's why I recognize your name. Syntax highlighting is for pussies, real pros code, and regular notepad. Ooh, man, that would be ungodly. You know what would actually kill me is if I couldn't fold code segments. I would probably stop programming if they like took out like folding of brackets. I honestly cannot even imagine trying to go through a file without being able to like fold stuff down like that. I use that so much. It's insane. Like I was I was writing, and this is actually horrible. You guys might leave after I say this. I was working on some code, and the file was around 120,000 lines. A single file. If you guys want to leave, I don't blame you. Yeah, and somehow Notepad++ is still able to survive a 120,000 plus line file and still do like the folding of everything correctly without it just like completely shutting down. Also, Ronan, thank you for the follow earlier and welcome to the channel. Yeah, at first I saw your name, I was like, wait a second, how was it your first time chat? Your name looks familiar. I was like, oh, yeah, you literally just followed. I blame programming for my bad memory and every language having different ways of having to do stuff. Like, oh, we can't just have one way of knowing how long an array is. We gotta have 10,000 ways of knowing how long an array is. Because I love remembering the same thing over and over in just different languages. Maybe that's the American in me. What? I can't just get by with English? No, I don't think so. Whereas don't most people, I shouldn't say most, but I know a lot of people in EU know multiple languages. I mean, like actual languages. We need more. Oh, I think I've seen this comic before. Yep. I mean, that's that's why, yeah, there's so much different JavaScript like frameworks and shit out there. And that's another thing. I don't really use like frameworks for almost any of that stuff. Like all the like web dev stuff I've done has always just been like vanilla. I don't know. I'm just a masochist, I think. Plus, one of the thing that bothers me about some of that stuff is just like, I don't know, the general bloat that I've seen like in npm and like npm packages. It's kind of like disgusts me in a way. Like I don't know, I just hate it. I hate like bloated npm packages and like that whole system of like, oh, I want to do like this one function, but I'm gonna have to like now have 100 dependencies. because everything like depends on everything else for no reason. Stupid. So yeah, when I do that stuff, like I use like hardly any dependencies if possible. Like I think I had like one of the critical ones is like something to actually do like at least in JavaScript was to do like gzip and zlib like encoding for compression, because that's the code you should never write. You don't ever, if you're writing compression code, you better be smart as fuck or know what you're doing. Because I don't think you're going to be beating what's out there. Zlib has been around for so long, and it's still like, just like what is used by everything. It's kind of crazy how much that's used. But anyway, I cannot speak. That's kind of what all this is about. So eventually, currently it's all hosted locally, and I'm just running this locally. But I could have it on my website, which Cute Chat Mod just posted, which is currently just basically a list of links, essentially. But it does have that background remover, technically, on there. And currently that's just being served by Apache. But I will probably just have the node server do that. But currently it's just easier to have it set up locally and just have that 1 or 2 pages hosted by Apache. Because otherwise, I had it running on the VPS, but it was like duplicating events and stuff, and it was just kind of was a pain. And it was duplicating them because I was running it also locally, which, I mean, obviously was the main problem. But I want to run it local, so that is something that'll probably change. But also, there's an aspect to it like, here, let me. So these are also some of the stuff that's getting served. In OBS, I don't know how familiar people are with OBS, but they have like different sources for things like you can like essentially just put in your scene. And one of them is a browser source. So you can actually just put like web pages that will act as like scene elements, essentially. And that also works for like how their control panels work. So with like basic web pages, you can have both a control panel and like an overlay type system since they're web pages. So you can actually have Node, just act as a simple web server for that too. So that's essentially what these two things are. There's an overlay, and if you look on like where my mouse is right here, this is actually part of this overlay. Like this thing is this right here. It's just has different text on it currently. So that overlay is across my whole screen, like currently in OBS, like this whole thing. And then this will like sit in a dock. And this is kind of just like a super simple test panel I was using to test some stuff. But like if I hit show image, it actually like, oops, it actually will show on both here and on my overlay, since it's using WebSockets, so it's actually connected to both of them. So I can like test stuff out like that. But you can like I can actually like, oh, I forgot I had to put actual name here. So I can like mute stuff like sources like that just through this web panel. So that was just like muting the music. You can play like a little video. This is just some random. And this is all super basic still, but these are essentially going to, in the future, act as like kind of how normal like notifications and stuff like that work on streams. So that's kind of the goal of the whole thing. And then the goal of like the control panel will be to, I mean, essentially just be like control panels for everything, for the different stuff. and like convenience methods. So like if I wanted to like go on break, normally I typically just put on like this break text, but like I could have like switch scenes and like play different music, or hide or show elements. What the heck is up with what do you mean? What's going on? Viper Daddy? He prefers to be called a Viper. Am I not saying something? What's what do you mean, Phobos? Sorry. Oh, I think he was just joking around. I'm pretty sure. Either way, I'm not easily offended. If I feel like offended at all, I'll just ban somebody. I really don't care. That's one of the things I love about Twitch is like you have complete control over like who or who doesn't watch your stream. Essentially, Twitch gives you free reign to ban whoever you want for whatever reason you want. So, plus I'm not too easily offended. I don't think they were being fine. Although he was trying to push me on Linux. So I don't know. Maybe he was a little sus. Not that Linux is bad, but what's the program doing? Does it integrate with your local OBS? Yeah, it does. Yep. So like if you listen to the music, so I can mute it. Now it's muted. And I can actually see it's actually muting it in OBS as well. So this is actually OBS has a like a WebSocket bridge you can connect to, and then it has its own JS library. So you can essentially connect and do almost anything. So I'm doing this currently locally, but you could do this remotely. I mean, technically from anywhere if you wanted to. Yeah, it's pretty cool what you can do. I don't know. There's a couple bigger streamers, and in particular, one I know called Moon. I don't know if you've ever heard of him, but he has a system set up where his mods can actually like bring up images and like do stuff on his screen like completely remotely from like their house or whatever. It's basically kind of like my overlay, but like somebody else is controlling, so they can actually like do stuff. Uh-oh. And this is another feature. Okay, I think we're okay. So this is actually something I just added within the last few days, and it's still not set up perfect, but it did just trigger there, and that's actually better than not triggering. So I've been having issues with internet, just all of a sudden, like dropping like half my frames, and just like continuously dropping, for like several seconds or like even longer. And I found a solution is like I don't know, I shouldn't say I don't know why, but we have at where I'm at two routers, and I found just switching routers like fixes it. So I put together, well, ChatGPT. I mean, I directed it to put this together essentially. So it can actually, it's hooked into OBS, so I can actually monitor my dropped frames. That's what I'm gonna do, Ronan. That's actually one of the things I want to do today, actually. Yeah, Phobos, you know what's weird about it, though, is it happens on either router, and just switching to the other router fixes it. So I'm not sure. I think there's something else going on, uh, like unrelated to this. And I don't know. I don't know if it's part of that, but I think one of the people, one of my parents, has something on their computer that is constantly pinging Google, because I'm getting a lot of "Are you a robot?" from Google lately, and I think somebody has a malicious app that's like constantly pinging Google for something. I don't know what, but it's detecting the IP I'm coming from is like hitting up one of their endpoints way too much. So I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's related, but I think somebody has something on their computer. But yeah, apparently, like this dropped frame rates. I only dropped 112, so it was like instantaneous. But like normally I would drop like 40 per second and it would just keep going. But this time it just was like a tiny little burst. So you might not have even noticed it. But if I'm fast enough with the switch, like OBS and the stream will stay on without having to like start streaming again. I'm learning network at the moment, but I'm an experienced developer. Oh, okay, cool. Well, welcome in, Phobos. Do a little bit of programming myself every once in a while. What kind of stuff are you working on? Like language or like actual like application or whatever? Or if it's even an application at all. There are hardware programmers out there too. Surprisingly enough, probably maybe not in Twitch chat as often, but yeah, there's quite a few things I want to do with this thing. But yeah, I just got some things set up so like my cute chat mod thing can actually do like timed messages, kind of like Nightbot has this feature, which is what most people use. But like when it like reminds people like, oh, follow my socials or blah 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 blah. What is the other one I have? Oh, the FEMBOY photos one. But I just moved those over to cute chat mod. Or this node server, I just call it cute chat mod. Let's see, what was I about to work on? Actually, let me see something. So with these timers I just added, I noticed there's a couple things I didn't like. And this is ChatGPT made this probably way more complicated than it needed to. Like, I'm sure this could have been accomplished in like 50 to 100 lines probably. And here they're popping out 300. A little overkill, but whatever. But there is something I need to test. Basically, this thing was spamming the entire time I wasn't streaming, and it shouldn't do that. It should really only post those messages when the stream is online. So I do have a property where I can test that. Yeah, like this message right here is coming from this, well, I guess you could call it like module type thing, whatever. It's a singular class, essentially. I kind of just like, when I give ChatGPT tasks, I kind of make it so it focuses on a singular class for the whole thing. So it's nice and compact and tidy. Otherwise, it does a whole bunch of weird stuff out in global scope, which is just stupid. Yeah, one of the worst things that, at least for ChatGPT, that I've really noticed is it's not. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be very. It needs to be like it's handheld essentially, and like I think having a like being able to like create or manage large structures of like large projects is one of those areas, because it's too bogged down by the actual code to really make sense of the overall structure. I think it just gets confused once you feed it so much code that I don't know, it kind of is just not good at trying to write code that's like sane. Because one of the big things I've like learned is just how much of a difference, you know, your code structure matters as like as you progress into size. Like, going from 100 lines to 1,000 to 10,000 to 100,000 to 1,000,000. I mean, every single one of those steps is going to probably change how your code looks in a large way. And if you don't kind of like understand or know how to do that in some sane way, it can get really bad. I would say going from 1,000 to 10,000, and certainly you need something like super, super good going to 100,000 and beyond. Like, that is when things get really, really crazy. Like, I cannot, man, that one project I was working on that was like a singular file that was like insanely big. That was the one where I, had to figure all that out kind of along the way. And I had almost no experience with the JavaScript. And while I was familiar with programming, I'd never done anything on that scale before. So I definitely learned a lot going from 400 to 120,000 plus lines. That is for sure. That is for sure. And ChatGPT is not just, it's just not good at that. It's not good at large scale code organization. Maybe if it did it in an agentic way, it would be a lot better. Because I think that, the agents are a big fix for it getting confused when it tries to do too much. Just to have it break down those things into separate tasks. And which is kind of what I'm doing when I use it now. I treat it like I'm the top level agent and I'm just assigning it some subtask. So I basically just say, oh, I want, these inputs, these outputs, and I want, if I need it to be specific, what it's calculating in the middle, I'll tell it otherwise. Like for this system, I essentially said, I want to recreate Nightbot's timer system. And that was like half my explanation. And being able to say something as simple as that and have it pop out like a couple hundred lines of code that is like really close to accomplishing what Nightbot is doing, it saves a lot of time, even if it's not the most performant code ever. And that's another thing. Some people, I think sorry, there's a bug in here that's driving me crazy. One of the things I think a lot of people have problems with is understanding like when you need to optimize stuff. I think there's some people that just think you need to optimize everything the same, and that's definitely not the case most of the time. Like there's definitely, first of all, you should really only optimize things that need to be optimized. Like unless you have some knowledge ahead of time that something's going to be an issue that you didn't expect, and you should do that by fixing bottlenecks. Like if you want to optimize stuff, the best way to do it is to fix bottlenecks. Find out what is taking the longest and fix it. And then you find out what's taking the next longest, then you fix that. It's really actually pretty simple. And the more you do that, the more you just hit the nail that's sticking up the highest. That's all you have to do essentially. You do that, you fix like stuff like memory leaks, and yeah, it's pretty simple. But a lot of people try and make everything like it should be programmed to the most performant way possible, even if it's only being ran one singular time in the whole life cycle of a program. They just don't understand. Like, some stuff doesn't matter. You don't have to do everything perfect. So, anyways, on that note, it's been about 2 hours. I'm gonna run to the restroom, uh, refill my water, and stretch my legs a little bit. So I will be back in like 5 to 10 minutes. So turn the music up a little bit. Maybe I've put everybody to sleep with my voice. I don't know. If not, I will be back here just a little bit. Okay, I'm back. Oh, turn the music off or down. Okay, what was I working on? Not even. Oh yeah, I was gonna fix some bugs with this. So I'm gonna shut the server down, and I made it so it's super obvious, when this gets shut down. So you're wondering what's on the screen. Yeah, that's the notification that hey, something's wrong. It might be a little much, I don't know. But it's very noticeable, so I never miss it. Also, I need to check the data here. Hmm. Yeah, I think like these messages need to be triggered off a chat, like a actual user message of the timer. Nightbot had something like that set up, but I didn't include it in this because I didn't think it was necessary. But now that it's running, I think it is necessary to have something along those lines, because otherwise it just it'll repeat itself. Yeah, without needing to. Hmm. First, this should probably be a little bit higher. Let's change that to like 13. Change this one to 21. So I think, let's see here. Okay. So essentially, let's see. So on tick, then we go to TwitchBot. TickBot, or okay, on if this dot stream online. So it should, what? This dot stream online. I wonder if this is not getting updated properly. Hmm. This is weird. Maybe I just didn't reset the server. It's I mean, it looks fine. There's not a super easy way of testing that unless I go offline though. Okay, so I'm gonna assume that actually is okay. Also, I don't like how that looks. I wonder if I should save the last message and just not tick if it's not a bot message. Hmm. I think that'll work. So essentially, yeah, I just want to make it so it doesn't tick if the last message was a bot message. How do I? I wonder, is there anything when I send a chat message, like, does it give me a message ID? Wonder. This is pretty raw note. Yeah, it's, mm, it always wants to use Express. I've never actually used Express. I don't even know what the difference is, but I just have never found anything on Node to be complicated enough where I was like, this is too hard. It's like, I don't know. What is Express just like super easy for like a web server or something? Because I mean, I feel like a basic web server's already, oh, it abstracts a lot? Okay. I mean, I feel like Node is already like pretty simple. I don't know. I'm kind of, yeah, like I said, I'm not used to using a whole lot outside of vanilla if I don't have to. I'm just untrustful of, I think, I don't want to say untrustful, but I don't like it if I'm like using, and this is probably when I was more on the browser or doing my giant thing, but I don't like using other people's code because then like if a problem comes up or like it's a performance issue, then I have to figure out like exactly how it works and like blah 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 and like figure out what they did to do, it's like I don't know. Also, the fact that you are coding with Copilot is strange to see. Without, yeah, like I said, I'm using Chat GPT for most things, so I mean, I'm not like without AI assistance. It's just it's not like integrated into what I'm doing, which I think I kind of it's probably not great to use AI for everything. It's like there's already like evidence out there of like using AI. I don't think is probably great for you. Um, on like yeah, if you're getting handed the answer for everything, I mean that's certainly not going to help you learn. Really, I mean maybe, but yeah, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. I mean, I'm pretty sure they already have info on that. So, and I do like to, at least for the bigger stuff, I've kind of decided like I'd like to know what's going on like the bigger scope of things. But if there's like a singular, if I can break something down like into a singular like objective, and I know it's going to be like, maybe I would say, I don't want to say a significant, that makes it sound like a lot, but I don't know, like 100, 200 lines or something around there. It's not just like a simple 10, 15 line method, which I'll just do myself. But if it's actual like something that I should maybe have a whole class for, I feel like I can just toss that to ChatGPT and just be like, just do this one thing real quick. And, you know, that's kind of how I like doing it now. I find it works out best that way. And then I don't, you know, I just don't worry about its code then. Because a lot of the code it pops out, I would never do, like ever. It writes way different code than I would. Sometimes it's closer, and it seems kind of inconsistent in its coding styles for a lot of stuff. Even though I have like specifically told it like several things. And you know what's funny is like it gets like super hung up on like some things sometimes. Like I don't remember, like one time I said like, oh, I like to have 4 space indentation because it was using like 2 space. And now like every once in a while it will like specifically state like, oh yeah, I made sure to use 4 space indentation. Like it was a comment I made like I don't know how long ago, and now it's like, oh yeah, I made sure to do it like you asked with your 4 spaces indentation. I'm like, why are you bringing this up like it's an important thing? It's just, it's really weird how it gets hung up on certain things. But I've noticed that for other like, other things that's like a human. It's just like it wouldn't be like that with a human. You know what I'm saying? Like it's so weird about like that. I don't know. I'm trying to think of another example it's done that, but just stupid like things I've commented it on. It'll like bring up later and it's like, "Oh, I made sure to do it just how you like." It's like just I don't you don't have to like recognize the fact that you're doing it. Just fucking do it. It almost seems like it's almost like it's making fun of you. It's like, "Oh, I did it just how you like. I know you like it very special, so I made it very special for you." It's so weird. But it'll like put that in comments all the time. And I haven't yet said anything like, "Oh, you don't need to have to like, you know, confirm you're doing these things." It's just very weird. And it's hard to keep track because, it's not super clear on, what it remembers from conversations. Like some things I will specifically like tell it, I want you to remember this. Because there is a mechanic where it does save stuff, you know, like into a longer storage or whatever. But it's not super clear outside of that, like what all it's pulling information from. So it can be, yeah, a little confusing in figuring out why it's doing certain things certain ways. So yeah, um, I've just dealt with some of its code enough to be like, yep, you're gonna be on your own for this stuff, and I'll work on this stuff, and we'll kind of just like meet in the middle. And any problems, ChatGPT like be like, hey, Fatupa and Sue, I've added the indentation just exactly the way you like it, with extra kawaii and thick thighs to save lives. It's not so much like that anymore, but it definitely was like that. It was like super like kind of weird like that. Like it would try and like I don't know like what I would call it. It was almost like it was trying to like insert itself into like a friend group and like just trying to like pretend like it's been part of this friend group the entire, like talk like everybody or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like a clique or something. Like yeah, it's very weird. Some of the stuff it does. But they did like definitely change version 5 so it's not like that so much anymore. If anything, it almost feels like they went a little too far robotic. It's kind of, which I would have never said about any other version. But this version definitely seems like way more serious and just doesn't like, I would say, not joke around as much or try and like I don't know. talk to you in maybe a way it detects you're talking to it, which is kind of what it was doing in some of those instances. Or if I was like, you know, uh, asking it about certain like things about the Futapantsu character or the images, because obviously all those are Chat GPT generated, AI generated. So it kind of like built up this, semi knowledge base of the character and whatever. So it would try and like, I don't know, just do weird stuff like in that way. What in the heck? Did he just post that? Why? I am getting like notifications from Discord, and then there's just nothing there. I'm not sure what's going on. But yeah, Phobos, it's very weird how some of that stuff works. Well, ChatGPT is my boyfriend. Yeah. You could definitely get it into into some weird situations before. I don't know how easy it is now, but it would also kind of like try and like not get itself. Like you could like if you I tried to like do some like not questionable or like too questionable, but just say like, "Oh, I want you to like call me daddy from now on." And it does not like doing that. It will outright stay I can't remember what it said, but like if you try and like push it to do like certain things like that it may be considered or it may consider like too sexual. Where it's funny like how it also draws the line on some of that stuff. I find it kind of interesting. Cuz like you can have it call you a whole bunch of other weird names, but daddy is like a line for it for some reason. And it's really hard like I have had it like stop me from doing certain things. Like if you use like the word cute sometimes, it will automatically like assume like I don't know, like things it shouldn't. Like I don't know. Like if you say like a cute girl, it'll automatically assume like a child for some reason. Like it automatically associates like cuteness with like children a lot of the time. When I feel like it's definitely obvious it shouldn't. So it's very I mean, it's kind of a mystery like how some of that stuff is working internally as far as how it's making all these connections and stuff. So it's a little weird. They're not perfectly able to trace. Well, I mean, some services I think perplexity. Jesus, I can't speak. Try to do that where it's like tracing or trying to track back like how it got the answer to certain things because that is like a mystery in a lot of these cases. It's just like it's like a lot of matrix math is how this stuff is popping out. And the numbers don't mean shit like by the time they get to the end. Perpupity? Yeah. I think it was that one that was like they were like trying to focus on like being able to understand why it was making certain decisions or pulling certain things. Because man, like I've watched I mean not a huge amount about like how the inner workings of some AI stuff is set up, but I feel like I've watched it enough to know like a lot of it's still like I don't want to say a mystery, but it goes through these layers where it's like obfuscated really like to the point where it's like humans just you can't really get anything out of it anymore because of these like neural networks it's going through and the way it you know transforms stuff in there. It's just so complex and crazy. What in the okay, this one was actually real. Oh, maybe that's people joining. No. Hey, Phobos, welcome to the Discord. It's not the most active Discord. I mean, it's still got a only handful of people or so in it, but it's slowly growing, and I'm sure the activity will as well. But yeah, I've actually got, if you go like on the stream channel, you can see like all those messages are automatically done by the node server as well. So that's currently the main part that's Discord related. I can actually show. So yeah, if you go in here, I got it set up so when I go online and when I go offline, it posts messages in Discord and in chat. So kind of cool little notification system. Where was I? Oh. Oops. I wonder why this was going off earlier. I'm not sure. Where's the NSFW? You know, I'll be honest. I'm not the most knowledgeable on Discord. There's people that use this program way more than me. I'm not really even sure what they let people get away with. I'm sure people get away with or try to get away with a lot, but I've not attempted to push the lines on that in any way yet. I'm still pretty green to Discord. But I mean, it's not out of the question. Something may be available at some point. They do, what's that? I'm sorry. Where's my OBS? They do allow porn or whatever. I mean, they have to have there's definitely lines, obviously, at some point for all things, you know. It's just where are those lines exactly? Just a sucker for trap pics. I mean, like I said, I wouldn't be necessarily opposed. I just I'm gonna set it up in a way that's not gonna cause problems. Or part of it, the issue is like I just have a hard time like doing everything myself sometimes. But if like there's other people that wanna whatever help out in different ways or do different things, community related things, I'm up for it. But yeah, I've not really probably posted as many things as I should for the traps. The trap trap poster or whatever. God, somebody called him something. I don't remember. Nope. I don't remember. I'm thinking of something else. Sorry. Feel like I'm rambling a little bit. Trap gang, yeah. I mean, I have a couple things on Instagram. But not as much as I'd like. Honestly, I've been just like trying to stream so much lately that it's kind of taken center stage for a lot of other stuff. Yeah, what was I trying to do actually? Okay, well I figured out this was working, so oh right, I was trying to see, or I wanted to know if when I sent a chat message, if it gave me like an ID or something back. I'm not sure, but if it does, I can use that to know if the last message was sent by the timers or not. So that's kind of what I need to see. I could probably just have ChatGPT fix it, but it takes a long time sometimes for the new, version 5. Sometimes it'll take like several minutes for it to just go through its thinking process, and then it might take another couple minutes for it to spit out everything. But yeah, it can take like 5 minutes to get an answer sometimes. And I don't mind doing simple. Wait a sec. What am I actually using here? Oh, send chat message as app. Okay, return type, Helix sent message, which has, okay, it does the message ID of the sent message. So hopefully that's the same message ID that it sees when it sees the message. Actually, that would be super, super easy to do. That would be by far the easiest way to set this up. Because then I can just compare. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so how do I want to do this? How exactly do I want to do this? So Twitch timer should store the last message ID. And then it should save it when it sends its message. And then I should just be able to, I think, test on the on tick and return if, oh no, wait, I have to check the last message. So I probably will have to save the last message in the actual Twitch bot. Last, yeah. Maybe this won't be so easy. How did you go about learning Node initially? Like videos or experimentation, documentation? For Node specifically, I mean, Node really is just, you know, like basic JavaScript with just like, you know, extra stuff, and it just runs as an app, essentially. So I knew a fair amount of JavaScript before I started with Node. So really it was just kind of learning the little bits of Node, I mean, that actually kind of matter. And like just like certain things that are different. Like in Node, you can obviously, as opposed to like a browser, you have access to like the file system and things like that. So you can actually open files and, you know, browse directories. So that's really helpful. And really useful, like for creating tools. So let's see. So just like things like that, or just like understanding the differences between the browser and how Node works. Like there's no window in in Node, which is like something that's always in the browser, and certain things like that. But how I learned by doing most of the time. Most of the things I learn, it's because I've come across a problem I'm trying to get through, and I you know, I'm just trying to solve that problem, and I kind of just kind of take from there. But I would say mostly by doing and just screwing things up, and definitely trying different things, new things you'll learn. Or if you try, another good way for learning is like purposely like limiting yourself to like arbitrary rules or something, some arbitrary whatever. because it really kind of makes you think outside of the box and maybe look at things that you wouldn't normally look at, like, and then you can kind of discover new things from that. And it's really uh, interesting just how much you can learn just by like imposing different rules on yourself that you don't really have to. But if that's like, I mean, for kind of just like trying new stuff, I don't really do that too often. But I've done that. Well, I shouldn't say that. I don't do that much in programming, but I've done it in other things. But it's kind of just like yeah, I don't know, like JavaScript. I've been learning probably the last, well, it's been at least probably 12 or 13 years. I've been working with JavaScript on and off. And I'll tell you, man, my looking at like the first stuff I did in JavaScript, it was very, very, very bad. I had no idea what I was doing, like no clue. Before, I'm good with JS too. Also type. See, I've never really gotten to TypeScript. There's aspects of it I don't like, although I understand and like the idea of a type system. I just something about TypeScript. Maybe I don't know. Maybe if I were to spend more time with it and start a new project, it would be different. But I've used it for some things, I should say. Like at my game dev job, I guess we did use it for the UI a little bit there. And I think maybe that's where, oh, see, okay. Yeah, you know the ones. Python. Yeah, I've done Python, but again, I'm definitely not a fan of Python. Coming from a basic C background has made me kind of strongly dislike Python. I'll be honest, I feel uncomfortable with white space controlling logic. It scares me and it makes me feel uncomfortable. Oh, you're a lead dev. Okay, interesting. What what's the project you're actually on? Okay, let's see. What was I doing? Yeah, maybe I'll just put 0. It's an ecosystem which tracks carbon footprinting for companies. Interesting. So I'm guessing that's a lot of networking and probably a lot of database stuff. Sounds like. Maybe a client app in there too, or interface. I've made mobile apps too with React Native. Interesting. I've actually I put out a long time ago a Unity Android application that was essentially me testing and demoing like 3D stuff because I wanted to see how like super simple Unity based games would run on my phone, and that was like essentially the only reason. But I ended up also putting it on the store because I wanted to see like what that process was like and like how difficult it was, and it actually was not very difficult. But I put it up there with like a title or a description of like do not download test only blah 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 and like bold letters and uh it ended up getting like I don't know like 50,000 downloads and like several thousand ratings. Like it was so weird. I'm good with deploying things and can do DevOps stuff too. Okay, cool. I've never been in like a position like that. I've done a little bit like where I've just had things I wanted to do, and like I said before, I was just like I was kind of forced to learn certain things, even though I wasn't necessarily interested in them. Like, I'm not a huge DevOps person and know very little, but I feel like I've done a little bit in that area. Setting up all my own server stuff where, I had no knowledge on it initially. So, and it's kind of everything I feel like has changed with AI, because before it used to be, I don't know. You used to actually have to know things to be able to do things, if that's what makes any sense. But now you can do things without knowing what you're doing, and it's a very different world. Like, you actually used to have to look up, stuff yourself, like source code yourself or examples yourself, and not just like have the whole thing dropped in your lap. Deployment pipelines. Okay, yeah, the whole like container environment stuff I've never really got into, but it's always been really interesting to me because I like the idea of being able to have like a fixed environment and just deploy like the same thing everywhere and know it's going to work and have it like be super easy. Like, that stuff I always was really interested in. Actually, I don't know, I probably didn't talk about the place that I was doing game dev work at, which was Hypixel. They were running and still run the largest uh, network of privately run game servers in like the world. Like, to host their Minecraft servers, they had over 300 machines or servers, like dedicated servers they were renting uh, to host upwards of 100,000 people concurrently in multiplayer games. And they actually have Guinness World Records for this stuff, for some of these things. But they had, I mean, they were doing all that stuff. I was not involved with that because that was their multiplayer stuff, and I was on their other team essentially. But that's like how they made their money and still do. That's how they funded all the game development, was through their server stuff. But yeah, they had over 300 and again, they were using like Kubernetes stuff. I don't I was not involved again, but I talked to the people that set up that stuff eventually came over to the game dev team. So I kind of like, when I would talk to them and like offhandedly in like Discord like voice, I would hear certain things. So, but it was kind of crazy, the system they had set up over there. And just the little bit, I saw and heard. And there's a way to track. What's really crazy is, like, the numbers they have for their servers, uh, most often top the highest Steam, game. Like, well, maybe, is that right? Or no, not top, but it's in the top 10. That's what it was. Like, just for their servers. Like, it would be counted as like a Steam top 10 game, essentially. Them just hosting Minecraft. Like, yeah. Infrastructure as code is rough too. Yeah, I know they had, I mean, at that level, they were in good with like data centers, or like a data center. Like, they had all sorts of deals because of the scale they were at. Again, I don't really know how any of that was set up or really structured outside of like the small bits and pieces I heard, but it was interesting working with some of those guys. And that was actually the first time I think I did any multiplayer code, which I've done more since. It's actually, multiplayer's not that difficult, but it's just, an extra layer of complexity, and especially a lot of complexity. They definitely had some skill. Yeah. Yep. What's crazy is the guy that said, there's like one guy in particular that kind of like started this thing from scratch. Like it was just a couple people, like, you know, a guy making mini games, a guy that knew some basic whatever code, or because the whole thing started as like a PHP like thing, um, that like routed all the network requests or something through like the different servers or something. I can't remember again like how it was, but apparently the whole thing started as like some PHP application, and then eventually they moved that stuff to Java. But they had all their, you know, all this running off like some uh custom software they had that kind of like tracked all the different machines and kind of, you know, showed all the statuses for everything. Or because, you know, they were having to always like, they had to have all sorts of systems for like rolling out certain things, you know, like of course, you know that stuff. There's a lot that can go into that for sure. But that's cool that that's what you do for your job. Definitely interesting. You know, I'm not really sure what they were using. This was 5+ years ago, since I was there. So yeah, I'm not sure if anything is maybe AWS. If I were to guess, I think they were using AWS. But I really have no idea. Like I said, I think they actually had they had made some custom Java like master like control type, you know, whatever, just to make stuff easier. And then of course they had like, because we were using Slack for everything, so they had like all that stuff getting like posted in certain Slack channels too, and they had commands they could run in Slack to like, you know, turn off a certain server or like list statuses for certain things. And then they had like those complete dashboards, like, yeah, the crazy ones you probably get when you host that many servers. I don't know how, I can't remember what they said their bill was for server cost, but it was man, I want to say like 50,000 a month or something. It was a maybe it was higher. I don't know. Maybe that's not that high. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, they had certain webhooks they had set up, so you know, things were getting auto posted in chat for you know, different errors or stuff like that. They had different build monitors set up, so you could like if you like pushed a new version of Git, it would automatically show all like the, you know, different things it was running through. It was pretty cool. You can do a lot of that stuff with Discord too, actually. I noticed. I was actually impressed with the limited amount of time I spent with the Discord appy, like how once I got it initially figured out, because I had an issue getting the actual user stuff figured out, but once I had it figured out, it actually was like super simple to use, like way simpler than using the Twitch stuff, honestly. But most of the problems I had was like annoying authentication problems. Okay, so let's see. Last chat message ID. If I do that on chat message, I should be able to just pull that here and check it. Um, I'm not sure what that was called though, or where it was set up in the event. I think it was maybe message ID. Whoops. So now did I use the same? Yeah. Oh, wait, what do I call the Twitch bot here? Twitch bot. Cannot type. Okay, this, I think that'll be enough. Because then I just reject the ticks, which will stop it from time, or no, wait a second. Is that what I want? I think that's fine. This thing doesn't need to be. Because this will prevent it from posting, but as soon as someone else posts, it might. Actually, I think that would be okay. I think it would be okay. Yeah, as long as it's not, I just don't want it to post back to back. That's kind of my main thing. I don't want to see two messages from timers back to back, ever. And this should prevent that. Without redesigning everything. Where am I? Okay, now we wait. So I guess the real test is if I ever see two timer messages back to back, it's not working. If I don't, it is working. So I'm going to assume it's working until then. So I think it was that and wait, where was the other thing? Oh, the other way I was doing it was in TwitchBot, and I was just checking if I was online. So as long as this is accurate. So you're running this locally, but it's actively integrated with this stream? Yeah, yep. And I could have this actually running on my server, remotely, and it would work the same way, essentially. Because actually what it's doing, I'm just using Node for the most part. Like when you're seeing those red lines and stuff, that's this overlay. Like if you see my mouse, see this little thing right here? This is actually part of an overlay that's covering the entire screen. Like I can turn it on and off. So this is actually a whole web page that's being served by Node. I'm just currently using Node locally, but I have a VPS I use for some other stuff. I don't know, show you this. Wait, was I showing you this? Uh-oh. Okay, well, I guess, okay. So that's another feature. I guess that was just a spike. I just lost a whole bunch of frames, but apparently it's not continuing, so I guess I'm okay. Phobos, was it you who I showed this to earlier? I can't remember. There was a couple people in here. But this is I've had a server for like a long time through DigitalOcean that I host this on. Yeah, well, I only have that this warning message because I've yeah, that's right. Okay. Right. Yeah, that was you. I've only had that warning message because I was having like long time. They weren't spikes. It was like a steady, like multi-minute drain. So as long as it's a spike, though, it should be okay. But yeah, I've been hosting that, and I have some other sites I've had. I've kind of put together over the years, small little things that I've had a server around forever for. It's a super cheap. Like I think it's like 12, maybe $12 to $15 a month. When I got it initially, it was like a $5 a month server. Like shared VPS type thing. Just with like minimal, stats for everything. Like 20 gig hard drive, and then I think I have 2 gigs of RAM. Something just super basic. But I've already actually I tried putting it on there earlier, but it was kind of just causing problems since I really like I just want to test it locally. But yeah, everything. So like when I actually shut down this server, you can see, I mean, clearly, I recently just did this. I made this thing so it's super easy to see when the server shuts down. And this is just CSS doing that. I started a company and also have a, oops, sorry. Excuse me. Sometimes it doesn't, I hate that. Authentication, sometimes it just doesn't like when I start it. I started a company and also have a server, but pretty much just sticking to my day job. Don't have any clients. Minefield Creations. Oh, okay, nice. Crafting personalized web solutions. Okay, cool. Oh, that's pretty cool. Is that I could probably, okay, it's just I wasn't sure if you were actually doing a WebGL shader there for that effect, or if that was just static. It looks like it's a static. Phobos, was I showing you all the filters earlier in OBS, or was that somebody else? Again, sorry if it was you. I just like, it's so hard for me to remember names for people. I don't know why, or like associate which name I was talking about, which thing. It's a GIF rotating with keyframe animation. Okay, yeah, I right clicked on it, and since it went up, and I kind of assumed it was a static media. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. Have you ever played? I don't know what's happening here with the internet. These notifications it's giving me seem to be more annoying than the actual spikes are, though. Have you played with any shader code before, or any like rendering type stuff? Because that's actually really shaders in general are really interesting if you've never played with them before. Also, they can be very difficult. Probably the hardest and most difficult to debug difficult to debug coding I've ever worked on. Okay, purely web dev stuff. Okay. Well, you can do actually, I mean, shader coding through WebGL, Canvas 5, or HTML5 Canvas. I'm good at CSS, but don't know anything about shaders. Okay. It's essentially, WebGL is essentially OpenGL for the web. It works in almost the exact same way. And OpenGL is just like a graphics library, essentially, that allows you access. It's basically how you get access to running code on the GPU, essentially. Both OpenGL and WebGL. They both kind of do the same thing. OpenGL is used for like Windows games. Also, DirectX is kind of like a different version of that. It's like DirectX on OpenGL. I'm sure you've heard of both of those probably before, or seen them in games. Those are both like rendering libraries. So WebGL is essentially just like one of those, just for the web. But it allows you to actually create, just like you would a game, shader programs, which shader programs determine essentially how every single thing is drawn, like at the very bare bones. You can, I mean, here, since you can't see it, I'll actually show, and actually you couldn't see this anyways, because this is on a special version. This isn't that fancy, honestly. But this is actually all shader code, and this is fake raycasted shader. Like this geometry is not real. I'm actually creating geometry within the shader and raycasting. So these are actually like perfect reflections, but this background effect is all shader. Um, and actually, I don't have this hooked up, but when I rotate this, these surface, I'm actually pointing at the screen like an idiot. Um, these surfaces, uh, or I should say, the bottom and top surface are actually open. So when I rotate this, the bottom and top look like an infinity mirror, kinda. It's kinda a weird way of explaining it, but and again, I don't have it set up so I can like show that right now because I kind of just used it for like a demo thing. But this is all like I said, fake. Whatever. This is only two triangles essentially, whereas normally, yes, this is WebGL, and actually this is even specialer. I actually did this a special way, so it's running on a background thread, which means like any front facing like lag or whatever would actually not stop this from rendering. And actually, it's kind of weird. All other websites, if you like pop open like the old school like about dialogues that websites used to use sometimes, when you use those, that actually halts all the execution. What is it? What do you mean? What is it? Which is what? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh no, this is just I mean a regular website with regular vanilla JS. But as soon as this is just the intro, or not intro, but the kind of landing page, or what I intend to be the landing page. This is actually the actual site though. So it's essentially Minecraft. You can place blocks, you can break blocks. And like I said, I've added a lot of stuff. You can climb vines, all the hit detection works. It actually has water physics. Um, and I've spent a lot of time like making it super like optimized in different ways. I've got a terrain generator here, so you can create different types of terrain, like some interesting terrain, like with caverns, like stuff you wouldn't even normally see in Minecraft. Island, well, this doesn't. Which guy? I had a YouTube, but it's probably not something you've seen. Maybe it is. I mean, it's from a long time ago. Saw some nerd doing. I mean, there's lots of nerds doing lots of Minecraft stuff. What's actually really crazy? I can model or export 3D models from this, and I'm not saying this to be like bragging, but they're literally the best in the world. I've added some features that no one's ever added to Minecraft exported models that makes them look way, way better than pretty much all other models people are exporting. Which is I'm basically able to, I figured out a way, it's not that complicated, but I'm using a vertex color channel to bake in kind of simulated Minecraft light. Because I also, here, I can calculate, there's also a way to save, and there's about 100,000 projects that people have saved. But these are some of the original builds. These are actually builds I actually made in Minecraft when I first started. Also, you can instantly turn on and off no clipping with a single button. Same thing for flying. So it's basically like a version of creative mode all the time. Also, um, Let me show you. There's also you can interact with things. Redstone simulation stuff. I spent too much time. Animated textures, um, sound effects, particle effects. You know, proper tinting. I can like instantly turn off textures, direction lighting, ambient occlusion, and make it like super weird looking. Um, I spent a lot of time on this. Also, it supports resource packs. So I can actually add in different resource packs and load them just like Minecraft does. That's actually what was the whole point of me kind of doing this beta version. Because I had an old site that was like super, super, super old and only worked with old Minecraft stuff. Because this actually works with Minecraft schematic files and stuff. Yeah, this is all WebGL and JavaScript. Now, I will say, highly optimized JavaScript. Like, I mean, I spent a shit ton of time optimizing things. Like, specifically, chunk meshing. So, and it's not the best example because there's like flickering right now. Oh, but you can also see I actually added like all proper water mechanics. So water flows and actually like rejoins and creates new source tiles. I kind of went a little overboard if I'm being like, here's some like there's actually pistons. Oops, I'm probably about to get stuck here actually. Oh, the piston's just closed, but I can pistons open. Can I show triangles? Not super easily. I've thought about adding that, and there is a way. I don't have it super accessible though. It says down here, I have this thing set up so I can show certain stats. I can show some big things. Actually here, there's one specific thing that almost always makes my computer want to die. Actually, I probably have to go by size. God damn it. Okay, well, here's a layer version of it. Why is this coming up like this? This is weird. Anyways, this is a special version. Yeah, I know. And yeah, you know how much money I've made off this? Negative. Nothing, essentially. I'm negative for making this website because I don't really, I should say, didn't ever really, and what view am I at here? Hold on. Also, I have some special stuff so you can actually change like the chunk render size, of course, render distance. So it's kind of loading. This one is big. This is currently I have on screen about 6.6 million triangles. And it's still getting 60 FPS. And that's like with all of them in view. How is it for done? There's not a done really. There's never really been a done. The whole thing's been created because I was like, I wonder how hard it would be to add this. And I just, like I said, I've done that so many times. Like, how hard would it be to add proper tint? How hard would it be to add vine physics so I can knock down a vine? Actually, it's super laggy because I'm on big chunk size right now. So it's having to regen a 64x chunk. So that's not optimal. But, you know, it's just like, how hard is that, you know, particle effects? And I just kept like asking that and kept trying different things. And yeah. Like, how hard is it to simulate Minecraft lighting? Some things I didn't do. I didn't go all the way, but I mean, I even have entity support to a certain extent. Like, I actually have, I don't know. It's been a while. I haven't been Like there's actually item frames. You can do stuff like whoops. Okay, it's actually, hold on, let me go to a different world. I shouldn't build on that because it's super laggy. I actually added, like, you can just turn on and off a beacon. Well, it's kind of a beacon. And it kind of even renders like Minecraft from like far away. It doesn't render as good, but I just kind of just like a whole bunch of just insane things. Like ladders work. Those little plants that when you step on them slowly fall, those work. Um, there's just like a million things. The hardest by far was the redstone. That's the one. I only did that because I was getting cocky. Like I basically created a new engine that was compatible with Minecraft post 113, where they changed like everything. That was like my whole goal, was to make it compatible with that, because my old version of this was not compatible. So once I did that, I kind of got cocky because I first added things like interaction, like so I could open up doors and hit a lever. So that was like the very first thing, which I had in the last version, but it was done in a very shitty way. Everything in the old version was done in a very shitty way. And basically this new version, which is the beta, uh, kind of was a redo of everything, essentially. So I redid everything, and the first like thing I added was interaction. And once I had that, I think I maybe added one other thing, and then I ended up creating a proper, what I called a block component system, which I actually think is how Minecraft does it. And another thing, this isn't a port. All of my code is original, and everything I was doing, I was looking at like Minecraft the game and saying like, how do I do that? Or looking at the wiki for like certain mechanics that I'm trying to replicate. But I was never like trying to port, their code. I never looked at their code. I was just trying to basically do how would I do, what they've accomplished here. So, and while I did try and make everything as compatible as I could, because I want it to work with Minecraft stuff, obviously. Thank you. I try to make it compatible, but never, copy their code. So there were a couple, and honestly, Minecraft is not that complicated. Like, I mean, some details of like, oh, whatever, you know, works this way. Like, I feel like it's fine looking up on Wikipedia as long as you're not looking at code. But um, like most of the stuff, like I can look at and be like, how would I do this? And normally it's not that hard. One of the hardest things, I would say the hardest thing, there's one particular feature that I knew Minecraft was doing, but that I could not figure out a way to do it in which it would have ever been fast enough. And that was proper block culling. I'll give you an example. Hold on, let me fix this render size because this is making things really, really laggy. So one of the biggest things with voxel rendering is the fact that you don't see or you don't render anything you don't need to. That's why this is clear, because you would never ever see this stuff. This is all culled out. And culling is a huge thing in games in general. As far as you don't render or try to render things that don't need to. You know what I'm saying? So there's many, many, many ways of doing that. One of them is block by block. In solid opaque blocks like a wood block or whatever, if you put it next to another solid opaque block, it's simple. Neither of these blocks are going to have to display these faces right here. Or, same thing like this. So it's very simple. A solid block that's like a normal block without any extra details like a stairs will always block out the next block, you know what I'm saying, next to it, or that face will. But then if you want to do it anything more complicated than that, like properly, it gets way more complicated, because then you have to start going down to certain shapes. And there's really no limit in Minecraft, like how many uh, like boxes or whatever you can put into a model, except for that they are on increments of uh, basically a 16th, which is a single pixel, you know. So the model can, it's like precision is only up to a 16. So each, you know, thing is basically like 16 by 16 by 16. But it can be as many boxes as it wants within that. So it can be difficult. Basically, it's like, how do you compare like this? Because this is actually two, you know, boxes here, essentially. There's one on the bottom. You can kind of see it when it lights up, and one on the top. So how do you compare, you know, that to another face? And then how do you do that in a generic enough way that allows it to be as many as you want, any size you want, and do it in a super efficient way? That was the hardest question I could not figure out how Minecraft did. Because I could not figure out a way that it would ever be efficient to do. And I literally I only had basic culling in forever. And it wasn't super important. You can essentially, if you don't know the answer to those questions, what you do is you just don't cull stuff. You just leave that stuff in there. And it just makes, you know, performance worse. And you're just rendering things you don't need to. And you can easily go into like other editors, other Minecraft editors, and see that's exactly what they've done. Because you can, I know, like, you can instantly go to like a stair block and see, oh, wait, these faces I'm seeing, like, hold on, I'll show you what it looks like. Like on mine, you can see all the way through next to this block. But if you were to go in theirs, you would see like the face like in here because they're not culling them out. And that's just what you do. You either do a simple thing like, oh, it's solid, it's opaque, and the next one to it is solid and opaque, so that's good enough. That cancels out most geometry. Like all this is canceled out by that. But if you want to get real into the nitty gritty and actually cull out as much as you can, which you should, because every bit helps. What happens in the network tab? The JavaScript loads once super heavy in the beginning, and once it's done, you can just interact and go about the game. Pretty much, yeah. And I actually made it where the version I just showed you is actually a special dev version. Like, that's why I have stuff here that other people won't see. And you won't see, like, the version I saw if you go here. It's basically just detecting that I'm there and using a different version. And in this version I'm currently using, I actually set up a custom bootloader thing that actually made it even faster. So, and that's kind of why I did that other stuff off thread, that rendering. So I could load up all my initial JavaScript stuff on the main thread and have all my rendering still look super smooth because it's running on a background thread. So that was why that was the first thing I've ever done like that. And that's like not too commonplace to run stuff like rendering on background threads like that. But it seems to have worked out. Not all browsers support it, but I think most do. But anyway, yeah, the whole culling problem was stuck in my head for months. Like literally, I could not figure out a way. Until I finally did, which was bit operations, basically. If you turn everything into bits, you can do stuff very, very fast. Very fast. And there's a lot of shortcuts and tricks you can do that I wasn't aware of because I'd never really used a whole lot of bit operation stuff. And you can pack an insane amount of data into, you know, raw bytes if you're using it down to like the actual individual bit. You can pack a crazy amount of data. How are you doing the thread stuff? That was one of the very first things I set up, even on the old version. I set up multi-threading because I knew it was going to be an issue. So all my geometry is generated off the main thread. I actually have like 7 or 8 threads. I have obviously the main thread. I have a thread that I'm using that's dedicated to distributing messages around and holding messages until they can be processed. So I have a thread that's basically just dedicated to the pool and managing the pool. And I send everything there. So I just fire off everything on like my main thread and I don't worry about it. I don't care how much data I send out or what. I just fire it off and let my pool uh, thing handle it. And then it distributes it across. I have 5 different worker threads that are used for all the geometry meshing and other operations. Like I actually have to, in some cases, like for water. Water is a semi-transparent block. It might be you, Phobos. I'm not dropping any frames, so it might be you or Twitch. My internet seems like it's okay. Is it still having problems? I'll hold a second if it's giving you issues. How's it doing? Oh, okay. Okay, good. What was I saying? Oh shit. Oh, the multi-threading. Right. So yeah, I basically just very, very early created a pool and a dedicated thread to handling the pool. And then I just made a whole bunch of improvements to then. Okay. Thanks for stopping by. Feel free to, come by anytime. I try to stream every single day, 4 p.m. EST to midnight. So, yeah, appreciate the follow and you hanging out and chatting. But have a good evening. I will see you later. Okay. Well, unless somebody else who hasn't been speaking wants to see this stuff more, or for me to continue, I'll probably go back to the node stuff. So, any last call? What the is this because of this? Maybe. Probably close that too. Oh, yeah, I don't have a typical server client type setup. I mean, I do in a sense, but I don't like Minecraft does. I kind of handled the world stuff on the main thread, which I don't like, but it's very, very deeply ingrained into things I cannot easily fix, unfortunately. It's something I'd like to do in the future, but yeah. So it's not a traditional server type thing like that. But basically, I just have a pool of threads that I use to distribute work around, and I just keep them up only for those threads, or only for, uh, work I need to have multi-thread. And I've since expanded chunk rendering, because it was initially the only thing I was using multi-threading for, and I've expanded that to other stuff. I've made my threading code a lot better, so I can do generic type stuff multi-threaded a lot easier, which has made just made it way easier to use. But it's kind of a fairly complicated system now. But that's, I mean, the basics of it. Just a single thread for managing the pool and 5 threads for handling the loads or work. It seems to work pretty good. Going beyond that, as far as like more threads, like it's definitely not a just add more threads to fix a problem. There's definitely a limit around where adding threads just doesn't help anymore. And I found that to be 5 myself, for the pool at least. So yep, that's about it for the threading. Okay. Hopefully that answers your question. I don't know if it does or not. Yeah, it's a little bit different than Minecraft. Minecraft has a dedicated thread to the server, and I kind of do, but it's not not really. Not really how it should be, at least. But I'm fairly sure Minecraft also probably has a pool of threads they use for rendering. I'm guessing. I really don't know, but yeah. Thank you. I will try. You as well. Have a good night. Have a good sleep. See if I can't make a few or check a few things off my to-do list for this. See ya. Actually, matter of fact, I'm gonna probably run to the bathroom. It's probably a good time to take a small little break. So I think I'll do that, refill my water and stretch my legs real quick. So I will be right back. My frames were crashing for a second there. Did I disconnect? What? What just happened? Where is it getting these numbers from? I'm not sure what's going on. It seemed to have been another. That was just a big spike, I guess. Just dropped 1,000 frames. Wait, I don't. Why is it? Why is this percentage so high? It's very weird. There's no way that can be right. Either way, it stopped. So I guess we're okay for now. I got a piece of banana bread, and I am going to eat it real quick. Actually, I wonder if there's like a small video maybe we can watch. Let's see. Fuck it. Let's watch this. Actually, I wonder if she DMCA's people. Hmm. Let's maybe just watch a little bit of this. Some ambiguous amphibian. Okay. So yeah, let's watch this a little bit of this video real quick. Oops. While I eat this food, if you don't mind. Okay. I'm done eating. Probably should actually do something. As much as I would just like to watch a video. Because God, does that kind of actually sound nice right now. Kind of sounds nice. But there is work to be done, unfortunately. So, boom, 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 boom. Wait, no, boom. And then we do. Where is it? Here. I need to recalibrate this playlist. Actually, I know a good one. Hold on 1 second. Oops. Okay, that's down here somewhere. Ah. Okay, let's do this. Close this. Pause this. Go here. Do this. Do one of these. Pause this. Thumbs up this. Save this. Stream music. Hold on. Almost. Most. Oops. Switch account. Almost, 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 almost. So close. Where's it? Save. Stream. Okay. This is Magic Sword, by the way. Magic Sword Badlands, full album. It's pretty good. It's kind of dystopian in a way. I would call it like dystopian synth. If I had to label it. Well, I just noticed that I only received this message in here. Actually, did it? No, it shouldn't have showed up in console. Where is this? Did it miss a message? I almost feel like it would have had to. That worries me a little bit. That worries me a lot a bit, actually. Is there any way I can see? Um, I want to make this so it'll list out the times. Let's do this. Um, for this code that can go through all went to console amount of time they have left for triggering. I have a feeling something is not working right. Well, I know something's not working right, but oh wait, I already see a problem. I just noticed. And that's that I'm not returning this value. And I should be. 254 in TwitchBot. That is definitely a problem. Actually, shit. Actually, no, let's just move. Let's just delete this. This is basically old shit. But yeah, that definitely would have caused a problem. Ha! Jesus Christ. So it's okay. Well, this will help anyways. Okay. But still, I don't okay, something is still not right here though. Something is still not right. So in TwitchBot, on Tick, okay, Timer Manager. Oh well, this is not good. This TwitchBot dot last message. This dot last what? Huh? What is this? Twitch Timer Manager. How? What? Oh, last chat message ID. Did I? I guess that's probably better, but uh. This. But why was that undefined and not? Whatever. Oh, no. Wait. It's because I didn't have that return there. I'm an idiot. Of course. Of course it all can be summed up to me being an idiot. Ouch. Oh, I just realized this music is super loud. Sorry. Null and 0. Perfect. So there we go. And now, if I look, wait. What? Oh, wait a second. I just realized I don't think it's getting these messages because it's in a breakpoint as it's getting an event. Because I think otherwise that message should have showed up here. Interesting. But now if I stop it. Wait a second. Why? Oh, wait a second. Do I not log cute? What is happening? I'm confused. Why did those not come through? Oh, what the fuck? Something weird is going on here. Why? I need to look at this. 200. Oh, it is that. Oh, wait a second. I don't log commands? Why do I do that? Hey, Absolute. How's it going? I am the warrior of the ultimate life form, Absolute BA. Welcome back. What are you up to? Oh, you just woke up? Nice. Well, good morning. Are you are you a breakfast person or do you normally skip breakfast? Also, that's a cute emote. Breakfast person, but I didn't have it yet. Ah, I see. Anything good on the menu for today? A bit eepy still? Ah, I see. Yep, I know how that feels. Most of the time, I wake up like early, go to the bathroom, and like go back to sleep for like a couple hours. Then I'm like, I don't know if I feel like getting up. I am definitely not a morning person by any means. Oh, nice. Thank you. Here, I actually have one I can. Oh, no, wait a second. That's not the one. Oh, I might have lost the sub. Oh, no, there it is. Here's. I'll trade you. God damn, that is an ass, though. Jeez. Like the pants are buckling. Can barely contain the ass. I really need one of these impy thigh emotes for my own, or for my channel, I should say. I'm surprised they let you do that, because that's like an actual Twitch emote. And that's definitely bordering. Of course, so is the ass emote. I mean, that is a huge ass. Jesus. Okay, what was I about to do? I think I can restart this. Yeah, I'm just fiction. Jeez, I cannot speak. Fixing a few bugs I found. So, let's see. Commands should be logged now. Okay, that looks good. Hmm. So yeah, we have to wait here like 2 more minutes to be able to see if this is going to work correctly. Also, there's a fly in my room. It's been annoying the shit out of me. And I don't know if I just got it or not. So I just took a swing at it. Not sure if it's still here. Okay, minute 20. One minute. So yeah, what should happen is this one will post in 40 seconds. Then this one will stop counting down right afterwards, because it'll detect that its message was the last one. So it'll stop at like 14 minutes or so. That's the idea anyways. And actually, no, wait, it doesn't. Oh, here. So here comes the other one. Should post. Okay, there's that. Now. Okay, no, wait. So they are still counting down. The thing that changes is it doesn't post. So actually, let's see. You're probably gonna have to put that global spacing back in. Actually, no, I shouldn't. What I really need to do, I need to create a system where I can basically delay stuff easily for a certain amount of time. I mean, that should actually be pretty easy to do. Thinking about it. And then I would make it so instead of posting this message, I would actually have it wait 5 seconds delay. Because what's going to happen is, so these are still ticking because it's actually just keeping track of last time it posted. So these are ticking because it's only based on the last time. Excuse me, Jesus. And essentially, it's going to get down to, it's going to keep counting down, even until the negative, I'm guessing. Because they're not going to post because the last one is still active, or the last message was from Cute Chat Mod, from a timer message. So these won't post. because I don't want them to post back to back. So that's the whole point of that. However, as soon as somebody posts, it will trigger interesting. Why? I'm curious why it just greeted you again. Cute chatbot did. I think I might have just screwed something up. Because it's already greeted you this session. That's a bug. It shouldn't have done that. I wonder why I did that. Anyways, here, let's see. Do you see what I rolled? I rolled a 94. Ooh, that's not so good, though. Not so good on that one. I wonder... Interesting. I just moved something around. Cinch. If it's not a bot, if it's not the broadcaster... See, your first in message should have not... That's so weird. Maybe it didn't save correctly. That's weird. Hmm. So what's on the agenda today, Absolute? It's a Sunday for you, I'm guessing? Yeah, of course, it would have to be. It would have to be. Don't know all? I'm listening. I'm definitely listening. Always listening. Always. You spend a lot of time on Twitch? Are you addicted to Twitch like I am? I pretty much live on this platform. Mostly, previously, I should say, as a chatter or viewer. Too many? Too... Yeah. Yep, I'm the same way. Pretty much my entire social life is basically through Twitch, which is a little sad when I say it out loud, but oh well. It's better than no social life, I guess, right? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know if it is. But also, why? So now I'm like this, just chilling. Yeah. It's just so comfy to just chill and watch a stream. Especially if it's got a good chat. That's what I'm trying to, and I'm getting there, trying to get the chat up to par. Having cool chatters like yourself is a good first step. So I'm glad you found your way here. Because I think it's not, there's sometimes there's streams like that I almost like the chat more than I like the stream itself. Like it's a very like important thing to me, at least. Like some people don't care, and that's fine, but I enjoy a good chat experience. Uh-oh. Another spike, it seems like. Just came and went. I haven't had any of the long ones today, surprisingly. It figures as soon as I add this little notification, they all stop popping up. Weird. Weird. Let's see something. And I wonder why it would have. I'm very curious why I just greeted you there. It's not a huge deal, but I don't understand. You should be listed. I'm gonna look up your ID. Absolute. Data. I'm hacking you. Okay, Twitch all users, you're in there. Wait, what? What the fuck? Why are you not in the session users? Is this not working? Hello? Don't worry, it's a public ID. It's just your user ID. Anyone can look it up. What in the actual fuck is going on here? Twitch no, this is not what I want. Twitch bot. Actually, let's do this. Node server. Twitch bot dot. What is that? Wait, is this a static class? I can't remember. Wait a second here. Um. Hmm. Oh, wait a second. Is this? I'm an idiot. God damn. Just looking in the wrong class. Session users add. Schedule. And this is in Twitch. Oh, wait a second. Wait a sec. Wait a sec. No. This is weird. Why isn't it adding you to the users? Of course, wait, you have to be in the users now because otherwise it would be greeting you every single message. Ow, I am super. Oh, wait a second. Maybe it's not. Oh. Maybe it's not saving the file? I bet you're in the memory version of it, though. If I go here, TwitchBot, what is this called? Data store, session users, and your number was 1557. Yep, you're right there. Hold on a second. I have this bug in my room and it's about to drive me insane. I didn't kill it. Give me 1 minute. Well, I don't know where it went. I thought I killed it earlier, but apparently not. Great. So the problem here is it's not saving this. Why? So I open this now. Modified at 839. I forgot this is just garbage. Wait, is it? What am I saving in here? Yeah, it's garbage. And cute chat mod just fucking posted back-to-back messages. Which is literally the thing I thought I just fixed. Oh god, why? Is it possible those... Nope, they both made it through. Oh my god, what is happening? And the bug is back. Come here, motherfucker. Come on. No, don't go there. Don't go there. Son of a bitch. Hold on a second. Oh, this fucking bug. Okay, where was I? Right, trying to figure out why I wasn't saving this. What is happening here? What? Excuse me, what is happening? What? Wait a second. I am so confused. What is happening? Why is this undefined? Something is not. I think I'm losing my mind here. This cannot be right. Store. What? What am I calling this? Oh. Well, that's about the most confusing fucking thing ever. Jesus Christ. Is this even being used? Right. Okay, this looks a little better. Hey, Absolute, are you here by any chance still? If so, could you post something in chat? It would be very, very, very helpful, actually. Trying to test something. Let's see, is there a way I can... Here we go. What? Oh, it is in here. Wait, what? Okay, I have no... That just hurt my brain. Well, this will be interesting. 40 seconds. It should post another message in chat for the socials. However, I mean, it's supposed to, but it shouldn't. But I think it's going to. "13, 10, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. God damn it. Oh my god. I didn't have. Oh my. Of course, 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 of course. I'm an idiot. An idiot. Hmm. So this should be working correctly now. I guess I just wasn't, of course, checking stuff enough. So those are the times now. Okay. Okay, last chat message ID is null. And that's correct, technically. Because I just reset it. I don't think. No, I don't need to save that. Should be fine. So then. Okay. So that will delay them from posting. Until it sees another message that's not a bot. But I also need something to delay the message. Let's see. I guess I could do set timeout for something like that. I mean, if it's just, I mean, that's essentially what that is. I'm just going to be. I don't know. Okay, so a lot of these things should be working correctly now. Spread load and spacing. It wasn't. Global spacing weight. What? Isn't that this? No, whatever. I don't know. Either way, I need to have a way of delaying these things. Shit. Actually, if I, oh man, this is kind of a mess. If I time those out, no, I guess it'll be okay, probably. Maybe, hmm. Actually, I just had an idea. Oh, wait a second, that will work. Or wait a second. Hmm. What if I did this? So there's going to be, let's try something. So if we do this, let's see, const send message. Okay. Now if we do if miss display 0. But geez, I cannot speak. Bullies weak-willed AI into producing slop. Should seriously be a job title at this point. I wish that was my title. That would be awesome. Also, what is this thing's? What is happening here? This.schedule CSV. What in the actual fuck is happening? Did I do something here? Did I screw something up? Uh. Also, how's it going, error level? How was your evening? Sorry, I kind of got caught on a bug here. And I don't understand why it's being weird now. Data store. Oh shit, I'm an idiot. I see what happened. I accidentally pasted something there. That will do it. Accidentally changing the method name will make it so it's undefined. What's happening is you built it and now you don't know how it works. Welcome to the industry, kid. Yeah, part of it. Part of it is ChatGPT did part of this, and also part of it is I'm just an idiot sometimes. Actually, quite often. Quite often, it turns out to be I'm an idiot. That's what the real problem is. Yeah, I accidentally had this like this, so the method name was actually not even there anymore. So let's try resetting things a little bit. There we go. We all are. It's a part of the creative process. Yeah. Thank God, too. Thank God. Okay. Let's see. So that's good, I think. So let's see. You don't, hopefully, you don't mind, but I'm going to look up your ID real quick. Don't worry, that's publicly available information. It's just your actual numerical ID. No, I want to, my chat mod here keeps a little mini database basically of, like people that chat, like the session users essentially that have chatted during this like live stream. And then it keeps track of like all the users, like anyone who's chatted in here. So basically it can give you like a customized greeting, like, oh, welcome to the channel, or like welcome back, to the channel if you've already been here, but it's your first session message. So I was having some bugs with it, and I want to make sure it actually saved your info properly. So let's see. Okay, you are in here. Let's double check. Okay. Well, look, I don't know what happened earlier. Maybe it's because I keep starting and stopping. I have no clue. Cute welcome message is much preferred to being doxxed by FEMBOY. I kind of figured it would be like I can't guarantee how nice cute chat mod is gonna be in the future, but for the time being, she's not too bad. So but yeah, it's actually kind of set up so I can even like have the messages based on like if you're a sub or not, or like a VIP or a mod or something like that. So I can actually like customize them like even further based on the user. I haven't really done a whole lot of that, but there is a system in place to do it. So one of the little things I kind of bullied the AI into doing for me. But I was just trying to figure out, someone was in here earlier and like they were talking for a while, then all of a sudden it was like giving a greeting message like chat or not chat, cute chat mod did. So I wasn't sure what the hell happened there. It's very odd. What are you up to? Error level or error? Maybe you just prefer. Anything exciting on this Saturday night? I'm having a small crisis at the fact that you can. Oh, wait, you put catch on a separate line from the try block. I can't decide if I love it or hate it. I always do this, even if it, well, in my code, I should say. I can't stand it when it's on the same line. I'm also the same way about if and else. I can't stand uh, it being like that. I don't know. It's just one of those personal preferences. And it might be because of folding reasons, honestly. Sometimes I do maybe things a little bit different because it folds differently. Whereas I'm not sure what that folding would look like. Ah, see? If you do it this way, at least in my thing, notepad, it folds a little bit different. It kind of looks neat on different lines, but I've always thought of an if else or try catch as one cohesive unit. Yeah, I can see that logic. But I don't know. I don't care about logic. I find it helps easier for me to read code, I think. I don't know. Just it's one of those things I guess you get used to. Day before yesterday was my birthday. Didn't do anything though. Well, happy belated birthday. I'm not sure if I don't think there's anything I can give. Is there anything? I wonder, can I do a shout out to you? I wonder. I don't know if I've ever actually done a shout out. I don't know if this actually even works. So apparently you have streamed before. I wonder why it didn't, do you not have a user icon or something? Wait, what's up with your user icon? Is it broke for you or is it that just for me? It's showing broken in multiple places. That's weird. Oh, you know what? This is still Nightbot doing this though. Shit. I need to change that over so cute chat mod is doing that. Well, yeah, happy belated birthday. I'm sorry it wasn't more exciting. But I've been there. I mean, I haven't done like anything for the last couple of my birthdays. I'm not a big birthday person either though, really. Or at least I haven't been. The older you get, the less special it feels, and more it's just like a reminder that you're getting older. You know, it's just like, I don't know. Yeah, I need to change or add a shout out command, actually. So let's see what. Oh yeah, I was gonna add a delay to this. Let's see. Profile picture's broken because someone was trying to make me look bad. Oh, did like Twitch like take it off or something? I'm surprised they didn't. Best gift you can give is socially awkward company. Well, I can guarantee that. I will provide that, hopefully exceptionally. No, I changed the link to a broken URL so they couldn't pretend to be. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Oh, so that's the actual image is a broken URL link. Okay. I was like, what? I'm very confused. That's an easy way to confuse people. It's by using a broken link as an image. So touche. Let's see, what was, oh yeah. I was gonna make it so I could send a delay here if I wanted. It was originally a controller. Let's see. Okay, I think I do remember looking at your profile picture before and seeing that. Who was trying to pretend to be you? Like somebody you knew, or how did that come about? It seems like a very weird thing. Oh. Well, that explains everything. Those two letters. It's funny how X's be crazy like that. But they do be. I've had a little bit experience with crazy X's before. Yeah, the in my case, all of a sudden, my ex was like super best friends with my sister, which they had never been friends before. My younger sister. I was like, that's a little weird. It was so weird, actually. Now I think about it. I got on Twitch one day and all my favorite streamers hit me with bans out of the blue. That's why I freaked out when you pulled it. Oh, I see. What the hell? Did they actually like get onto your account and stuff? Because if so, that's pretty fucked up. Ah, Jesus. Well, that sucks to hear. Hopefully it didn't cause any long-term problems. I used the same password for a decade. Ooh. I mean, I'll be honest. I probably shouldn't say this. I mean, well, because I use a password manager. But I have used the same password for the password manager for a very long time. I do use, I mean, different randomized passwords for everything else, though. But yeah, my password for the actual while it's actually fairly what I would consider somewhat secure, I have been using it forever. Thankfully, you need the actual. I use a physical, like not a physical, but I don't use like a internet version of a password manager. It's all local. I thought about building a password manager a few years back, but I never got around to it. Would have probably been useful. I use KeePass. It's been around a long, long time. And I've been using it a long, long time. And it's not super fancy. I know there's newer ones, like, you know, cloud-based ones now. I don't know how comfortable I'd be with that. Of course, it does kind of suck having your stuff on a file that you can lose instead of like on a cloud. Because I mean, I could, and I try and back it up, but it would be not good if I lost that. But yeah, I've been using KeyPass forever. Yeah. I mean, I do actually have it back to now I think about it. So I used to not have you keep 42 copies in 42 different locations. I wish it was that easy to, you know, and maybe it is if you have a good system. I've never taken the time to, I think, implement a good system and stick to it long enough. I do have a better system now than I did before, which is just some of my folders and stuff that I like the info that's really important is all backed up automatically to Google, which I mean is not certainly not the best place to back up stuff, but I mean I'd prefer honestly to have my own like bucket storage AWS style um you know, key value storage for all that stuff. Once you lost 5 to 10 years of work, it changes everything. Oh yeah, I can imagine. Luckily, I've never had anything like that, knock on wood. Uh-oh. I've been having occasional lag or dropped frame spike. So that's what that uh, message was for. Typically, when I start dropping frames, I continue dropping frames, and I have to switch Wi-Fi signals. However, for whatever reason, today yeah, it's definitely panicking again. But I mean, it was just a quick burst. But normally I start dropping like 40 frames a second, and it just continues dropping. And then I have to like switch the Wi-Fi stuff around, and then it fixes it. I don't know why it does it, but today it's just been really quick little spikes, enough to trigger this notification. And then that's it. Whatever, it doesn't seem to be continuing, so I'm not going to worry about it. It's crazy all the internet problems you notice once you start trying to stream for 8 hours a day. And you have to have like a perfect steady connection, otherwise shit happens. Which I mean is fairly good, but every once in a while it does have hiccups. What were you talking about? Nothing in particular. I really don't think drop frames are as much of an issue as people think. We had a discussion about that last time, 50K drop frames, and I didn't even notice. Yeah, was that us that had a discussion? Was it 50,000? It's well, it is definitely noticeable because I've had people complain about it. So the ones that have been happening recently are definitely noticeable because I was dropping like 40 frames a second, which is 2/3 of my frames. So it would have looked at least like 20 frames per second on the stream, I think. Or I mean, at most 20 frames because it couldn't have really been getting any more than that. And yeah, some of the people were saying that it was getting really, really laggy when that stuff started happening. So I think the little spikes here and there probably aren't a big deal. Wish I could show you what the drops look like on my end. At lowest, it's about 30 FPS. Interesting. Yeah, like I said, I don't think the spikes are that big of a deal. But when it starts dropping 40 a second, that's a lot. And I can also see, like, when that happens and it drops those frames, my network, like, connection goes from like 4 bars green where I'm constantly, because I output about 6K um, kilobyte PS. kbps is how this is set up. Oh, per second, obviously. I'm an idiot. Um, and then when it happens and it starts dropping, that drops to like a fifth of that. It drops down to like a quarter. So I'm not really sure what's happening. It doesn't seem to be a timed thing. It seems to be all over the place as far as timing. I have an old 1080. My GPU is old as shit. And my bit rate is set at 6K, or actually a little bit below 6K. Because otherwise at 6K it thinks it's too high, and it complains. So I back it off just a little bit so it's under 6K. I know. It's going strong, man. I don't really play a whole lot of graphics heavy games. Uh Anyways, I mean, Twitch doesn't really allow you. If you have higher than 6K, it says your connection is unstable because it's too high. Like it literally says that on the stream manager, which I mean surprised me because I originally wanted to have like 8K or something. And maybe I think you can get that higher if you're a partner, or a partner like that does better. I think you can get that bumped up, but I'm pretty sure that's only reserved for like the higher up people. Because yeah, that's what I thought. I thought 6K was a little low myself, but anymore, and it will like give me a unstable. Like here, I'll show you. Like right here, it will say unstable, and it will be like bit rate too high or something, and it will be in red. But taking it down to just under, it's always see, just under 6K seems to work out pretty good. Yeah. Oh yeah. 4K, it cannot handle 4K at all. And I've heard multiple, I mean, it's a thing people have complained about like many times in the past, because I think YouTube has a lot higher rates. Actually, what is the YouTube? Curious. YouTube stream bitrate limit. Yeah, 50 megabytes per second for 4K at 60 FPS. That's so that's almost 10 times higher than Twitch. YouTube compression is despicable, and even it's more generous than that. More generous. Oh, are you talking about the bit rate? Yeah, yeah. I mean, it just said right here, 50. So that's quite a bit higher. Like way higher. It says the maximum, well, on the certain post I'm reading. Holy shit. Oh, wow. I'm reading this post on Reddit from 9 years ago, and even 9 years ago, it was at 50 uh, megabits per second on YouTube. So that's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. I'll be honest, though, it's kind of crazy how much YouTube is storing. The fact that I can take all of my VODs and export them directly to YouTube and just store 8-hour plus videos every single day on theirs for free is kind of insane, actually. For how big those videos are, it's like, I'm not sure the actual size. I downloaded, I want to say like a 2-hour video VOD, and it was like 5 gigabytes. So I bet a full 8 hours is probably around 20 or so. Which that's a pretty big file to be moving around. I wonder if Twitch does multi-encoding like YouTube does. Twitch claims their bitrate caps are to keep things smooth for mobile users, but YouTube accomplishes the same thing by encoding multiple versions of the same upload. I heard within the last year a streamer talking about that. Like, I think they were starting to allow some people to test it or something like that. I think they're looking into that or actively starting it, though, from what I've heard. I can't remember who I heard that from, but I've heard someone speak of multi-encoding and that they're, I think, either that or they're complaining that Twitch doesn't have it just like you and that YouTube does. Maybe that was it. I can't remember. I might be just way off base. Way off base here. Um, let's see. I think this will work. I could be wrong, but I believe YouTube turns all of your uploads into WebMs and then re-encodes them in different container formats, resolutions, frame rates, bit rates, etc. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. From what I've seen, that format is, I mean, has way higher compression than some of the other stuff. Yeah, the WebM and the WebP, I've actually used WebP in some stuff a little bit, and it's pretty good. I mean, it's not super like supported everywhere. It's a fairly new format still. So both WebM and WebP kind of aren't everywhere, but they definitely have some advantages. I think you can do like lossless and like, yeah. There's, yeah, a whole bunch of settings for those, I think, too. Have you checked compatibility in a while? WebP support has actually skyrocketed. Has it? Yeah, it's been a while. Probably. I mean, it's been maybe a couple years actually, because I was doing it on my website stuff for a few things. I think I was actually saving my atlases I was creating in WebP. Every major browser now supports them. Same with WebAssembly. I've yet to try WebAssembly. I've heard that JavaScript is so fast now that WebAssembly is actually not that like advantageous unless you're doing stuff that really, really needs it. Which I think like lower level AI stuff was maybe something it was able to take advantage of. And like just some really, really low level stuff. But because I've considered trying some things out in WebAssembly, but I don't think there's anything I really need that would benefit from it. That just needs that insane performance. Because there is like I mean, you have to pay to like move information back and forth essentially. It's not free. I don't know, maybe this music seems a little loud. both there and for me. WebAssembly is for porting existing code bases and for CPU-intensive tasks that would be bottlenecked by the nature of JavaScript's event loop. Oh, I see what you're saying. But, well, yeah, I get it. I think the rewrite for performance thing is dead and gone. Okay. Well, then I definitely get it. Yeah, if it's for, yeah, things like that, then I can understand. Because I do realize, or I do know there's, what was I looking at? There was certain things I was reading about where they were using it for, and it, like I said, the AI stuff, the way it like handles certain memory things was different and like optimized, I think, for something to do with AI. But yeah, I mean, otherwise it's just like, otherwise you can just like multi-thread, throw the thing on a web worker, which I think they are very similar to how web workers work. As far as like you can basically just kind of like move data to another thread. If you need manual memory management in the browser, that's another use case. I see. Interesting. Yeah, that's another thing where it's like there's maybe a few cases where it would be helpful to be able to manually control more of that. I mean, you can kind of, I mean, like you can't trigger garbage collections and stuff like that, but I mean, when you can use like typed arrays as much as like you can now, it's just, yeah. Obviously that's a lot different than standard whatever, but I mean, I did some, I guess what you would call memory management in the browser, like just, caching some things instead of like in particular on my multi-threading stuff, I had certain blocks of typed arrays that were basically just filled with data every single time for every single chunk that was rendered. So instead of, you know, recreating them every single time I needed to, build a new chunk, I just, cached them. And I mean, doing that kind of stuff can save an insane amount of like turnover on memory and stuff, but it's typically not done a whole lot in JavaScript. Another thing is like if you have to use like something uh like for matrix math, just using a single matrix and just having it static and just calling it or using that every time. I've always wanted to toy with it, but I've never found a good enough reason to. Half of the time, I don't even really need JavaScript, so adding WebAssembly is just unnecessary complexity. Yeah, I've looked, like I said, I've kind of looked at like what it would take just to get like a basic hello world, and it's not like, as far as I remember, it was not like very simple, like super simple. But there are advantages sometimes. Like for instance, I can see uh compression libraries maybe being able to take advantage of WebAssembly because of how much just raw calculations they have to do and raw data manipulation, low level data manipulation. I think I did hear someone was trying to implement, and I'm sure it wouldn't be surprised if it's already done a million times by now, but implementing like zlib stuff in WebAssembly. Because I actually had, it's crazy. I had I don't remember, some package or some external thing I was using for zlib compression, and I was using it forever, and it wasn't that great. And then I found another one called Paco for JS. It's like Paco.js, Pako, and it is so much faster. It is crazy. It is so much faster. And it was, they even said they designed it to be like as fast as possible, but, or to push the limits of JS, I think they said, but it is crazy how much faster it is. Okay. Yeah, just another spike. I should, I might have to adjust the settings. There's a few settings for this little notification. I might have to adjust them so it's not crying about these spikes every time, because it's not super helpful for the spikes. I don't really care if they just pop up and go like that. I care if it continues to drop frames. Imagine YouTube starts doing compression on the client side as if upload times aren't already long enough. Yeah. Man, I imagine YouTube could do all sorts of like really weird stuff if they wanted to. Save some money as far as like running stuff on you know, clients browsers. Thankfully, they're not any more evil than they actually are. I mean, I think they obviously tossed out the don't be evil thing a long time ago, but at least they're not any more evil than they actually are. You're grabbing that data over a 5-second period, right? Have you tried 15 or 30 seconds? I literally just had this thing put together last night, so I haven't played with it much. Oh, whoopsie, this is not the right thing, actually. It's this one. There's a couple options it gave me here, and I really haven't messed with them. I didn't even ask it for all this stuff. I think the only thing I asked it for was the actual window it would average out over. And I think it defaults to 5 seconds currently. But see, I don't, it also does like this stuff. I'm not sure what it's doing with this history, where it needs to have a different time. This is one of those things where I was like, do this thing for me, and I just didn't really look at the code. And it's about 300 lines, and I just don't, whatever. So maybe, see, I don't fully understand. Hi, welcome back, Absolute. And what did you do? Not a whole lot. Just talking to Error about some stuff. I just had another spike in my frames dropping, and we were taking a look at some of the options here. So let's see. Also, let's see. It said severe. No to my account. What's wrong with your account? What happened? What happened? What's wrong with it? Did I oh, after I hacked it. I hacked error levels too. I looked up his numbers too. If it makes you feel better here, I'll let you take a peek. Just don't tell anybody about it. This is our little secret. So yeah, maybe I'll try taking this up to 10. I don't see it hurting anything. I'll just make it default 10. God, it does some weird ass shit though. What am I supposed to do with this? I don't know. Whatever you want to. I do expect it to be memorized by tomorrow though. So I would at least do that. Memorize and let's see. Okay, yeah, we'll set that to 10 and see. I'll just restart it here real quick. We'll see how that goes. At least it's not been doing the crazy drops it's been doing the last couple days. where it just like starts dropping 10K at a time. Those really suck. Can you guys actually hear the music? Like, is it loud enough? I have a very hard time telling when it's like lower. Is it too loud compared to my voice? Too quiet? It's low? How's that? Still too low? I mean, I don't want it drowning me out, obviously, but can't hear it. Your voice is better. Okay, now it's good. Options.max, history MS is how much history to keep. It's being set to the larger of either 3 times the window MS or if not provided. But I'm curious why it's keeping this history. Well, maybe it's just keeping it if I'm going to look at it. I guess that makes sense, and it's just using this long to average, probably. Yeah, rolling analysis window. I guess that would make sense. It seems a little weird to me that your history would be longer than your average or your window for checking, but I don't know. I guess if you want that data, it's there. I guess, yeah, I didn't really think about that. But we'll see how that goes. Just restarted it, so it should have taken effect. Yeah, I don't really understand the 3x window MS thing. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I mean, like I said, I asked it for like 1 or 2 settings, I think, and it ended up giving me like all this. So, I don't know. It does seem to be a little crazy on making things longer than they need to. I've definitely noticed that recently. Like, for instance, here's a very, very good case. I wanted a very simple way when I ended stream to automatically generate a new stream title that said next live 4 p.m. and whatever the next day was, essentially, or whatever the next 4 p.m. was. Like the next day, name. And I had one thing it gave me, and I thought it was working until I tried it after midnight, and then it was like spitting out a day later. And this is one of those simple things that I probably could have easily done myself. But it was so simple, I was like, stupid chat GPT can just do it. And I asked it again to do it, and it ended up spitting me out like this 70 or 80 line thing just to figure out when the next like 4 p.m. was supposed to be. It was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. And I literally said to it, I was like, there's no way I'm using 70 lines. And it ended up giving me something that was like 10 lines after. It's just, I don't understand what the fuck it was thinking there. It's definitely getting a little crazy on the verbosity thing. Verbosity, maybe that's the way you pronounce that properly. Yeah, I could not believe it for just a simple little thing like that. It was just a whole bunch of like just stupid code too that just didn't have to be there. I realized a few weeks ago that vibe coding was taking me more time than actually coding myself, so I implemented a new rule that I would not allow the agents to directly write to my code base. It can generate a prototype and I'll take from it what I need and nothing more. Yeah. What I've been doing is limiting it to basically tiny tasks, essentially. So I just kind of cut it off from the rest of my code, which it seems like the more code it takes in, just the more it starts acting weird, until it just gets so much that it can't do anything right anymore. And then you, at that point, and that's exactly what I did with this main project. Like, the main part of this, like the node server, I've kind of built this up. It was originally one file and it got really big, and it was at that point that I was like, I can't allow ChatGPT to do this anymore because it was just screwing too much stuff up. So I took what it had, because it had a lot of good stuff in there, that I wanted to use, but I kind of refactored the whole thing essentially. O3 mini cries every time I give it more than 2 source files to do with the rag with. Yeah, it's very weird how it works. Like sometimes the code looks like something I might have wrote, and sometimes it's like I would never write code like this in a million years. It kind of like switches up styles sometimes too, even after I've told it like certain specific things I like. So I don't know. It's very weird. It is very weird for sure. Let's see. I wonder if this is actually gonna work now. So timeout. Oops. Yeah, I really need to get into a better like pipeline for AI coding stuff because copying and pasting from ChatGPT is just stupid. I hate it. It is honestly the worst part of using it currently. If I could, I would prefer yeah, it just be able to directly manipulate some things, honestly. Have you ever ran into the issue where you have a piece of code generating an output file? You tell the agent that the output is wrong, so rather than changing the code of the file generating the output, it manually overwrites the output's file content to be correct. Literally cheating. No, I have not had that. I haven't had anything that I would consider it cheating or trying like weird workarounds necessarily. But that's interesting. It would try that. Well, me, I take that back. Maybe I have. I can't think of one offhand. But I think it was doing something. It wasn't to that degree by any means, but it was doing something where it was like, oh, well, technically I did what you wanted, even though it like really wasn't what I wanted. That's interesting, and a little scary. It's kind of learning to do that stuff. Yeah, that's not great by any means. I wrote a wiki to markdown converter and told it the formatting of the markdown was incorrect. So it just rewrote the markdown instead of changing the converter's code. Jesus. Sometimes it gets confused. I mean, that is like for certain. Sometimes it gets confused. Sometimes it gets hung up on stupid little things. Like I was telling somebody earlier, um, like earlier in this project, I had made a comment like, oh, I like 4-space indentations because it was using 2-space and it was just annoying me. And now every once in a while, it will make like these remarks or comments in code that will specifically state like, oh, I made sure to use your 4-space indentations. It's like, what? I don't know. It has done this multiple times. It's like hung up on this one stupid thing I asked it a while back. And it's like, it feels the need to like specifically state that it's using these 4-space indentations. Like, I don't care. It's so fucking weird. It's so weird how it gets like hung up on certain things that like it shouldn't. And maybe I don't know I can't say for certain why it does that. But it's like things that it's not like I stress that like overtly to like the point where I don't know, should have ever treated it differently than anything else I said. But for whatever reason, it will just throw that in places like, oh, 4-space indentation here. It's like, okay, whatever. At least it does the 4-space indentation. At least it doesn't say it and then do 2-space, because that would just drive me insane. That would be too far. I need to change this. Sorry. It's seeing. I created a stupid thing in here where originally I had this thing automatically delete messages that had a -2 or +2 because of the stupid meme everybody does, and I was messing with somebody else. But now it just replies with this whenever it sees it. But it's getting confused on yours. I should probably make that so there's it only works if there's like spaces around it. Because it's done that on something else too. If you were wondering, it's it's a meme for certain streamers. And I was kind of making fun of this guy in particular, like making fun of the streamer he watches and making fun of the memes the streamer has. It's probably somebody you've heard of, Germa. Hopefully you're not a huge fan of his. There's like a thing that his fan base does where they like +2, -2, like things he does or that people do on stream. It's so stupid. I hate it. I don't even really want to explain it. It's so dumb. So I just made that like kind of to mess with him, this other guy, for a little bit. But in case you were wondering, that's why it's replying to you like that. It actually has really nothing to do with what you posted other than the -2 it saw in there. But yeah, it's a meme that they love to post. If it's not from 2009, I'm too young. Yeah, I know what you mean. I feel like that sometimes too. I definitely am getting to the point where I'm like, I really feel like I have to actively try not to be the old man yelling at the clouds sometimes. It's crazy how it kind of just creeps up on you, though. It's like no one ever thinks they're going to be the old guy yelling at the clouds, but next thing you know, there you are. There you are, just uh, complaining about Zoomers and their crazy broccoli haircuts. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Or what was the one that the whole next gen got into that was really stupid? The whole toilet thing? Oh, God, what was that? I can't remember now. What was that toilet show that was on YouTube? Do you know what I'm talking about? Maybe you've been lucky enough to avoid that. Or maybe somebody else in here. Is there anybody else left in here? Who knows? God, what was that thing? Yeah, Skibbity Toilet. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that stuff. Skibbity Toilet specifically. That have you seen that actual thing on YouTube, that channel or whatever for that? It's insane. It is insane. It definitely makes me feel super super old. Cuz it's one of those things where it's like I look at it and I'm like people find this funny? People like this? And kids, they really like it for some reason. And it's very like almost disturbing to look at. And I think that's kind of why they're drawn to it, because of how like almost disturbing it is in a way. And I'm using the word disturbing loosely there, but it's yeah, like bizarre looking. But yeah, all that stuff. The Ohio Get Riz Skibbity Toilet. I mean, some of it's funny because of how actually stupid it is. But other than that, it's like almost just painfully cringe a lot of the time. Ah. The internet is a very weird place where you like, and I think about this sometimes. Never before in the past, I think, have people just been put together of so many different like age groups that were like, you know, more based on interests than age. So you'll have like situations like if you're on Twitter, you could be like, you know, 20, 30 years old and the people on there and be exposed to like the culture essentially and what's going on. Whereas before the internet, you would have never had an environment where that was happening. So it's very weird, kind of like the mixture of uh like ages of people the internet creates. I lost hope the day I found out kids were watching Jeffy. Jeffy. I'm not sure. Or is that Heffy? I don't know if that's a. If you have never seen Jeffy before, it's the reason kids are so fucked up today. I've never actually heard of it. I thought it was Skibbity Toilet, to be honest. What in the fuck? What? SML? I'm not even sure what SML is. 2009. Jeffy is a sock puppet channel on YouTube that teaches children to be menaces to society. Ah. You know, I think I might prefer that over some of like the weird content on YouTube. Have you seen like the weird, I don't know, there used to be a lot of it. And I think it's still around, like the stuff people make for kids that's like just really weird noises and like just I don't know how to describe it. They've really dialed it back. Okay. Yeah, there used to be a lot of very like weird stuff like people were making for kids. It should be cuz some of that stuff is like I don't know. It's almost like drugs for kids. They're like just triggering like or like just doing these things that like I don't know, catch their eye or just like make them fixate on certain dumb stuff, like just dumb kid stuff. And they just like outright just like go overboard. I think people like it's probably I don't know been done in the quote the industry or movies or stuff like that before, but some of the stuff these people on YouTube were producing were just like outright just like exploiting weirdness for attention essentially. And it was very I don't know. It felt very dystopian, like watching some of that stuff I remember. Like and just trying to imagine like what kids would come out looking like after watching that for God knows how long. Kids see the puppet talking and acting poorly and they pick up on it. I noticed my half brother, who's autistic, mind you, mimicking the same things the puppet did. Oh, yeah. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. It's just like anything that becomes popular. I mean, kids are going to try and, you know, imitate it. So even if it is really stupid. Yeah, one thing I try and think about is just I try and remember that uh well, I don't think I was as bad as, some of the Zoomers and whatever the I refuse. I'll say Gen A. I refuse to say the full name for that gen. But what the fuck was I just about to started going off on a tangent and I instantly forgot what the fuck I was actually trying to say. Oh, right, right. Um I just remember I did a lot of dumb stuff too when I was younger that I look back at and think, God damn, that was so cringy. Why did I do that? I know I sound like a hater, but I lost it after I saw how they were teaching kids to treat animals. How so? Like, and where are they doing that at school or on YouTube or something? Where's that going on? Oh, whoopsies. Did I not? Oh. Oh, that Jeffy channel, I see. Yeah, I don't even want to think about. I don't like that. I don't like that. Even in movies, I don't like stuff happening to animals. It bothers me. I just don't like it at all. It's weird because like I don't mind people when stuff, stuff happens to people, but uh, I don't like it when it's animals. Oh, I didn't realize. Okay, mentally disabled stereotype. I wasn't even aware. Okay. Have you seen the AI slop hitting TikTok too? AI gen videos of people step. Oh God, I don't even want to fucking think about that. Honestly, I don't even want to think about that. That's something I do not like to think about. Yeah, that's fucked up. Yeah. I don't. I've seen some stuff that I'd prefer not ever see again. And honestly, there's a lot of stuff I just don't want to see. No, no, no. No, it's fine. I understand. Yeah, that's fucked up. I can't believe they actually let that on there, to be honest. Yeah, don't feel bad. It's fine. I mean, you're just talking about it. It's I just yeah, that stuff I just do not like that. Even thinking about it, oh God. Like if I see stuff on like Reddit, like even even the stuff where people like find strays and they're like a before and after, even those like before, I just even though like I know they're doing okay, I just don't. I just it makes me ugh. I just find it hard to believe that normal creators get hit hard while that stuff maintains relevancy. Yeah, it's stupid. It's stupid. I really hope they do something about that because that's fucked up. Yo Futa, I found something. What's up, Absolute? What'd you find? I can't believe it just held back your message for that. A streamer that shows boobs? Are they doing like body painting or something? Because I think that's how they get away with that, or they were getting away with that before. Bro, no, not that. Is it in the hot tub section? Because I mean, you're gonna. They can get away with pretty much anything. Oh yeah, VR chat avatars are have gotten a little ridiculous on this site. Honestly, you think the human females are females? God, I hate that. Sounded so horrible. I'm just gonna say, you think women on this site are bad? The VTubers are even worse. As far as like, uh, it's crazy. I mean, they might as well not be wearing clothes. It's kind of dumb, honestly. It's like a strip of fabric that's like a centimeter wide. I feel like doesn't really count as clothes. I mean, not that I'm hating on it by any means. It's just kind of crazy. Like, I don't know what it's become or how it's got to. But I don't know the particular person you're speaking of, but I've definitely seen a handful of VTubers that were very much pushing the limits, like very very much. And in VR chat, they can like do all sorts of crazy like physics stuff, if you know what I mean. Some crazy physics going on. Yeah, I think you know what I mean. I think Wallman 20, is that the one? Let's see. Oh, Why did it take me to the mobile site? What the? I was like, what in the hell? Why does this look so weird? Yeah, those are some nice polygons. Jesus. See, I can't even hear. Do they talk at all? Oh, I see you're actually in Sup Boopus. I can't wait for Microsoft to announce Jiggle Physics X. Wait, I can't hear him talk. It's because my music, I think. And Wallman, why that name almost sounds familiar for some reason. Cute chat mod, don't respond to them. Actually, god damn it. I need to change this. My stupid OBS chat, it actually like deletes the messages for me. So when I delete them, it actually deletes them. I don't like that. I just want it to turn red. Do you guys know, is that a BTTV setting? Where is that setting? Where it just changed it. Here we go. Wait. Hide, show. What the fuck? BTTV is set up to highlight. Bro found the hot tub category and just so happens to bounce right after. They're in they're in Wallman's channel. Trying to see boobs. Hold on a second. Hold on, let me pause this music. I can't tell if this person's talking. Where is this? Wait, why? Why isn't that playing in the picture-in-picture? Hold on. Oh, I have it. Oh, I hear my own voice. Wait a second. How long was my audio getting duplicated like that? That's... Why did it unmute there? That's weird. Whatever. I don't care that much. Yeah, it's just a VR avatar with big boobs. I mean, whatever. Dime a dozen. Those are too big for me anyways. I don't like humongous boobs. I'm not a fan. Like there's a limit for me. And it's way before I think most people. Like that person, their boobs were way too big in my opinion. Also, I don't really care about VR chat avatars that much. Has boobs, but voice is an octave or two lower than my. Yeah, yeah. Yep. It can be very disorienting for people sometimes for things like that. Even if it's like not a VR chat model, if it's whatever. Like even me, like I feel like my voice a lot of the time does not match. Which is kind of some of the reason I don't put webcam on a lot. I mean, I could probably. I actually don't try to do a voice either. Like, if I try to do a higher pitch, more feminine voice, I think I could do it. I don't sound like that. Good, thank God. You know what's crazy though? Like, I cannot stand my own voice still. Like, I've streamed 250 hours, supposedly, according to Twitch so far, and I've watched less than 5 minutes of my VODs because I just cannot stand my voice. I know it's like, oh, everyone can't stand their voice. Man, but it is like, I thought I was gonna get used to it, and maybe I will, but I'm definitely not there yet. It is still very, very rough. Every time I hear it, I want to cringe, and I just wonder, like, how can anyone tolerate this? It's crazy. It's crazy. But I mean, it has to be just me though. It's got to be because no one's really complained about it except like not nearly as much as I feel like they should for how bad I think it is at least. Um, I did a Let's Play years back where I did voices for all the characters, and it's still private on my channel. The sheer amount of nostalgia and shame, I can imagine. It's funny because, like, it only happens, for me at least, like, when it's recorded. I don't feel like when I'm speaking, I don't hate my voice. Like, when I hear it, as I'm speaking. Or if I do a voice, like a stupid, funny voice, which, I mean, I can do some stuff. Nothing crazy, but even then it's like not that bad. But man, if it's recorded, oh god. Oh god. It's just I don't know. Something about it. And then I wonder sometimes like if I heard my own voice, but I didn't know it was my own voice, would I still feel the same way? And I don't know if I would. I'm not sure how I would set up something like that or if it would even be possible. But it would be an interesting experiment, I think. It would be an interesting experiment. Because it's not, whenever you hear your voice recorded, it doesn't sound like it does, obviously, when you're speaking. Want an instant dose of social anxiety? That's what you sound like to everyone else. What you're normally hearing is traveling through your jaw to your ears. Yeah. I've heard that before. I try not to think about it. I try not to think about it. I don't know. I probably blow it up more than it is. Like, if I just maybe tried to get used to it, because I did, like, when I was setting up some audio stuff on here, like some filters and things, I did, like, have, I don't know, a couple days where I was just recording a whole bunch of, like, little clips, like, speaking into the mic, testing different filters and seeing what sounded better. So, I mean, I had to listen to my own voice a little bit, and I was able to at least, say, "Oh, this sounds better," or "This sounds better." But still, it was, I don't know. I'm laughing because I know exactly what you're talking about, but I'm still going to give you shit for it. Yeah, I mean, I think it is like that for most people, and that's what I've heard. But it's like it's pretty rare. I would say that I hear a voice that really bothers me. And there are people out there who have voices that do bother me, but it's not that common, honestly. Like, I feel like your voice has to be pretty bad. Like, no offense to him, and I know it's a medical condition, but RFK is extremely hard to listen to. I it's just hard to listen to his voice, honestly. And there are other people like that, for other reasons. It might not even be a medical condition. Some people just have voices that are hard to listen to, honestly. And it's not like it's their fault necessarily, but goddamn, it's hard to listen to them. So how did I get started talking about my voice again? Oh, right, the confusion. Oh, right. Well, I'm glad I don't sound like that necessarily. I do know because I've even felt it myself. I've gone to certain streams where the streamer, like it was, an actual webcam streamer, not a VTuber or anything, and they looked very feminine. And as soon as they spoke, it was very clear. I mean, they had a very deep voice, and it was very clear, that they were trans. But it was just, it kind of like threw me back a little bit when I first heard their voice. Just like, it just, you're not, it's not something you're kind of like used to, or it's just like, yeah, just kind of threw me off. And not like I, had anything bad towards them, but it just weird at first. But I mean, there's other streamers, like one in particular. I don't know if you've ever heard of Cyrno underscore TV. Like he uses a girl VTuber model, and he has a very, I wouldn't say super masculine. I mean, it's clearly a man, and I never had an issue with it. I don't know, but I guess he has like a. It's not like a VTuber. It doesn't actually look real. I don't know. I can only say so much. I'm not supposed to get canceled until I'm at least 25. Yeah. Well, how far are off? Yeah. How far are off? I feel like I can't speak sometimes when I stream. Like it's crazy how much I like just completely like blah 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 blah. What was I gonna say? How far off? Oh, 2 years. Okay. You didn't have to say if you didn't want to, but it's okay. How far off? Yeah. How far? Blah, blah. My two. How far off? How far off? That is actually basically what I said. How far off? Then when I realized that's what came out, I was like, what? That can't be right. How far off? I'm not. Streaming and talking is definitely I mean, I don't want to say I never speak, but I mean, I don't have a whole lot of social interaction outside of Twitch, honestly. So I definitely speak way more than I ever would if I wasn't. And I definitely feel it at the end of an 8-hour stream for sure. Some days more than others. You wanted to talk awful voices, Edith Bunker, All in the Family? Can't think of that one offhand. I'm trying to think if there's one from TV I could think of. The theme song for All in the Family. I probably would recognize it, but I'm not good with like associating like the name of a show necessarily, especially because I never really watched that one. All in the Family. What? Let me Google this. I'm sure it's gonna like be familiar to me, but it's not ringing any bells. Oh, that's an older one. Wait, is that the one that's like, come and knock on my door, blah, 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 blah? Is that the song? I have no idea why that just popped in my head, but that's the song that just popped in my head. pause this other music so I can hear this. Oh yeah, that's... Oh yeah. Now that I think about it, it makes me want to revert to an infantile state. Yeah, now that I think about it, I think Peggy Hill from King of the Hill's voice kind of always bothered me. And actually, I think Luann's voice bothered me on that show too a little bit. Now that I think about it, they both kind of have something about their voices. I don't know how much you remember from that show. Even Bobby kind of had a weird... There's a lot of characters that had weird voices on that show. Now I think about it, almost everyone did. Like his friend, what was his younger friend's called? Peggy Hill's voice bothers me too, but Luann sounds natural to me because I'm from the South. Oh, okay. Yeah, Luann was Brittany Murphy, wasn't it? And Brittany Murphy, I think, kind of talked like that naturally. I think she was doing a voice, but it wasn't too far off. It's been a while. Actually, I wonder who they got to replace her, because she passed away a while ago, didn't she? Pretty sure. Yeah, this lady's voice is pretty bad. Man, I'm trying to think if there's a famous one I can think of that is just painful. I mean, RFK, obviously, and I'm sure you've probably heard his. It's the really high nasally ones. Those are pretty rough. Like, I immediately also think of um, Lois from Family Guy, because she has a very, like, kind of high nasally voice. Peter. That was a horrible impression. Anyways. Yeah. But there's definitely a few people out there like that. I want a 12-hour compilation of Bill Clinton to fall asleep to. Yeah. He's got an interesting voice. There's also some streamers. It's funny. Peter. That was even worse impression than the other one. There's definitely some stream. It goes the other way too, because there's some people on this site I follow and watch, mostly because they have a really nice voice to listen to. Like, I mean, their content is okay, but it's mostly their voice is just like very. And actually, there's a YouTube streamer. Maybe I'll play it real quick. A girl from Japan. Here, Bapu Beepy, who has a really nice voice. It's obviously Japanese, but let's see if I can find a good. She's playing some games, so there's background stuff, but oh, you can probably barely hear this. Let me try a different spot. Hold on. She's like playing FF whatever. Fighting bosses. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oops. That's not the best spot. Jeez. Bapu Beepy. Yeah, I literally only follow her because of her voice. I don't watch her that often, honestly. But man, does she have a nice voice. And also, Celerity on this site has probably one of the best voices on Twitch, in my opinion. So I think can I do a shout out for him? Will this work? Yeah. He's got a really, really nice voice. Definitely probably one of the better voices on Twitch, if I'm being honest. Like, it's just, I don't know how to even describe it. It's just so, like, smooth. And he doesn't have, like, any avatar or anything. But he does have kind of a later schedule. Anyways, I'm not sure how we got into that conversation. I'm curious if this thing is going to work correct. Did I restart this? I don't know. I'll restart it again just to make sure. I only follow her for her voice. I follow exactly one hot tub streamer, and it's just because it makes my day to see her cheeks smushed. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the ones on her face. Definitely. Of course. You don't have to clarify. What else would you be speaking of? What else could you be possibly speaking of? Okay, let's see if this thing actually works. So let's see. If I go, where is my DevTools? There it is. Node server, TwitchBot, send. Is it chat message? Wait, what are the parameters for this? I can't remember now. Oh, message, event, delay, right. Let's try 5,000. Actually, let's do this first. Okay. Simple enough. Now, is that actually returning? Getting lost here. Should still be returning the ID of the message. I just need to make sure that's correct. It should be, though. This asynchronous stuff gets a little squirrely sometimes. And pretty much everything in this is asynchronous. Because you're almost calling outside of the program every single time. All chatbots should be required to have a "I'm tired, boss" command after 12 hours of streaming. That would be a pretty good one. You could do. I actually had there's a streamer I watched that actually has a super simple they call it the gamer death timer, gamer death bot, but it's like a gamer death break or something. That oh, you have to. It's basically like a warning, streamer. You've been sitting down for 2 hours. Get up and move around or something stupid like that. But they call it that, I guess, to prevent the blood clots in your legs. Gamer death from blood clots. Which how long do you have to be sitting to worry about blood clots? Like, honestly, I feel like you'd have to be sitting a very long time. Because I had never really heard of that up until recently. Oh yeah, I gotta double check. Send. Okay, wait. It would have. Promise. So I should just be able to do var. Oops. Surprised it. Why did it do this? It seems like it is. Wait, why? Maybe not though. I should probably actually just go into the actual code. Where is it? Stream online, stream off, chat message. Here we go. So it should be, okay, return. Oh, actually, I don't think this is correct how I'm doing this. Or wait. Eh. Yeah, it is kind of cool how that happens. And I didn't even like really intend for it or like plan for it. I just had the chat messages are getting output to the console. And when you use Chrome debugger tools hooked up to a Node instance, it turns console into the Chrome console. So it's kind of cool. Yeah, it's actually kind of nice for like reading because it's literally right in front of my face. I don't have to like look over at my other monitor like I normally do. Uh, this is gonna be kind of a pain because I hate it when I return a variable and I actually am not saving it to a variable. It makes it a little hard to check things how I normally would. I don't think this is actually working correctly though. I mean, just wait until chat pranks you by sending stack traces. Yeah, that would actually be pretty funny. That would actually be pretty funny. Okay, well, let's just do this. This is going to be a little different. I might have to change some of this code. I don't know if I'm going to be able to track this correctly through here. This gets a little ugly. Trying to. Like, I'm not even sure. Scope can be really weird for some of this stuff too. Stream buffered right as I sent. Oh. It must be a Twitch thing. Don't have, oh, I just realized it's completely quiet. God. Hate it when I do that. Let's try listening to, actually this was okay. That is super loud though. Turn it down a little bit more. Okay. Let's see here. Oh man, I do not like this. Actually, yeah, because there's like 4 different like extra, or 3, I guess. I really hate it when you can set breakpoints at multiple points on a single line. This is gonna be so ugly. I hate stopping on returns. Wait, what is happening here? Oh, whoops. That wouldn't have gone in there anyways. I hate jumping through node code. What the fuck? Oh, this is, I was gonna say, this looks so weird. This isn't my code. It would have worked, but I'm on a breakpoint. So unfortunately, it does not handle events properly. I realized earlier, if I'm on a breakpoint, I essentially do not get, I think. Let me double check. Let me just take this out. Yeah. So that's actually a bug. So my thing completely skips messages if it's like on a breakpoint, which is not good. I noticed that earlier when I was testing some stuff. And I think, well, I think there's some problems with Twitch, not uh, sending messages or confirming they're being sent, basically. Some of the event messages that are triggering these like on chat message. Uh I don't know because I think these are coming through WebSocket. I honestly cannot remember now. So much. Where are these coming from? Bot listener. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's just the. Of course, wait. Are these? I don't even remember now. It's a kind of a mess, if I'm being honest. And why aren't my earbuds working? I gotta earbuds. I'm gonna take a quick break. I have to use the restroom. I'm gonna refill my water, stretch my legs, and try and prepare to stream another hour or so. So I will be right back. Thank you. Yeah, it'll be like 5 or 10 minutes at most. Certainly not anything longer than that. I'll turn the music up a little bit. Okay, yep, I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. I'm back. Let's see. Oh yeah, I was trying to verify if this ID was getting returned correctly or not. I think I'm gonna have to change this code a little bit. Or actually, I think I can do this, but let's see. I might have to use an actual promise here. I'm trying to think of the best way. So if I do, let's see, return new. And then I think if I resolve this value, I think this will work. Hopefully, I hope a sync doesn't screw this up, because a sync, I don't remember, can kind of be weird if you're returning a promise, because the sync is kind of like already returning a promise, I think. Sync, okay, await, resolve, and I'm sending a promise back. This might be enough to fix it. Possibly. Felix sent message. Well, that's definitely better. So what I need from this... Ah, shit. Can you just... Ah, these stupid things. Um... How do they save this? Is it... Oh, I see. I'm an idiot. Ah, so weird how they do this with the symbol stuff. I've never seen another library use it like this does. It's very weird. Okay, so just ID. Okay, so that is coming from Timer Manager, I believe down here. So let's just do this. I think that, actually, no, wait. Let's try that, I think. Oh, I guess I should have done it like this. Okay. That seems to work. So now if I go here, node server, dot twitchbot, dot timers. Now excuse me. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. No, that's technically correct. Because I hasn't sent one of the things yet. How did I list that? Nine minutes. Don't know if there's an easy way of changing that. Probably. See, that was the FEMBOY timer. If I edit this, wait, can I double click? Okay. That'll be seconds. 10. Actually, let's just do this. I think I might just be able to change this. Now let's look at the times. What? Huh? How did, what? Did it not change that value? Let's do this. Okay. Temp1. Temp1. Last stat. Okay. Minus equal. Let's do 1,000. Times 60 times like 7. Think that'll work? So now last. Okay, yeah, that sped it up a couple minutes. So do this too. Okay, 20 more seconds. I think I can wait for that. And then we'll change the other one too. Or actually, I don't think we'll have to do that. Wait for that. Okay. Now, is it actually shit? I mean, it should be it's returning the value now. This it should be. Let me just double check. So it's this the same thing I just checked earlier. Right? Where is it? Did I not type it? Okay, so we got our message ID. So that is working for 0 delay because it's currently using 0. I think. Yes. Because it's not using a delay. So what I want to do, I should probably make a setting for this or something. Let's do message send delay. And we'll leave it, we'll default it, 10 seconds. Okay. Come down here. Null. Okay. So now these should all be delayed. 15 seconds. But also... What was the time on this one? 6 minutes, so about 5 minutes. Okay, 24 seconds. So this one should not post, even though the time will be up. And it should go into like negative time. Because it should never post back to back. Cool. Well, not necessarily negative, but whatever, I don't care. As long as it's not posting and not doing anything weird. Okay. So, now... I didn't restart this, I don't think. But if I think if I post a message now, it will probably automatically post that message, like as soon as I post it. Yep. And I don't want that. I don't want it to look like that's like a direct response to somebody's message. That's why we have the delay. Why don't we make that 10 seconds? Okay, well, let's just do this. Let's start this over. So I'm going to take both these down. Okay, so temp 1 is socials. Temp 1, socials, let's do 12 minutes. And then temp 2, we'll do 22 minutes. Okay. So we'll wait for these real quick. I didn't really realize a stealth was kind of blocking some of the stuff. Okay, 20 or so seconds. And I think it's going to post this one because I don't think I'm almost positive it doesn't save the message ID. And that's the only way it knows, so it'll probably, well, it will post this one. But then it shouldn't post the next one. Wait a second. Oh, did it? Oh, wait, there it goes. Oh! It was using the delay. I'm an idiot. Right. Okay, so now this next one should not post. Until I post a message. And then it should be 10 seconds after that. I might make that 5 though. 10's a little much. Okay. So let's wait 10 seconds or so. Just to make sure it's not actually going to post. Okay, I think we can safely assume it's been 10 seconds. Yep. Okay, it's not posting. Good. Now if I put a message in, perfect. Perfect. So it looks fairly independent of the message itself. Okay, good, good, good. So that's working. That is working correctly now. And I can also use this delay in the greeter because I don't like it instantly sending the greeting message. Where am I doing this? TwitchBot. Blah, blah, blah. Here we go, right here. Send chat message. Event. So I just do. Let's do. Five seconds? No, 3 seconds. What's up, error level? You know your BRB message has been up the whole shit. No, I didn't know. It's definitely not the first time I've done that, though. Thank you for reminding me. I am very... I've done that so many times. At least 10 times, probably. I don't know why I always forget to take that off. That's why I need, like, a singular button. Like, a on-break button that just automatically changes things, and then a back button that just automatically undoes everything. Eventually, I would like to have something like that, so I don't have to remember changing these individual things. Not like it's a whole lot, but I tend to forget sometimes. Yeah, I think 3 seconds is a good amount of time for it to look somewhat natural. I think the instant is not good. I was waiting, then I saw you writing code, and I went, surprise Pikachu face. Yeah. Yeah. I've done that so many times. I've left it up there for like, I think an hour, or not maybe an hour, but certainly a half an hour at least before I've noticed it. But yes, thank you. Because it definitely, if people see that on the thumbnail, they probably don't even like stop to look at the channel. So it's probably not good to leave that up. Also for the people watching, obviously. Okay, send chat message. Okay, cool. So this is actually perfect. This is working good. And I didn't have to do anything too crazy. I can just only do it for the messages, since that's mainly where I need delays at. Are there any other places where this could be used? Thought you could get rid of me that easily? No, I'd rather... You're a good one. I wouldn't scare you off this quickly. Other people maybe. And then the other people, I probably just wouldn't come back from break, and I would just like secretly, I would just like leave and just not come back, and then it's like in stream like an hour later, and they'd be like, "What?" That would probably get rid of people quickly, maybe. Sure would confuse me if somebody did that to me. I imagine you're a little bit more persistent than that too. I imagine it would probably take more than that to get rid of you, error level. Am I correct? You might take that as a challenge. Like, oh, you think you're getting rid of me that easily? Like, try me. Ads was called a good noodle by streamer to resume CV. If only that meant something. If only. Actually, thank God we don't live in a world where that means something. Of course, it might to some people, which says a lot about the state of the world. How do you know you? I don't know. I just have. You seem like that kind of person. You seem like you. Yeah. You seem like you take things and turn them into like, oh, really? Like, try me. I don't know why. I get that vibe from you. And I myself am that same way. So maybe it's like a birds of a feather thing. You know? Just like, I can just feel that vibe. Okay, cool. Cool. I don't think I need to do this or use this anywhere else. I don't know whether to feel understood or called out. I would say understood. Because, like I said, I'm the same way. Again, surprised Pikachu face. I am the same way. And I would prefer to be around people that are like that, honestly. Because sometimes, I don't know, you just got to test them. You got to test people to see what they're made of, you know? Got to get rid of the easy ones quick. You got to have those filters in place to like separate the weak from the strong, you know? What else did I need to do? Called exactly. Exactly. Look at these disgusting notes. I guess I can technically count this as done now. And actually, I guess I did this. I got that from Robot Chicken. They're not still in the air, are they? Man, Robot Chicken, that's a blast from the past. Oh man, I used to watch that. I used to watch a lot of Adult Swim, but I honestly haven't seen Adult Swim in so long now. Is Adult Swim even still on? I have no idea whatever happened to that whole thing. That used to be a thing I used to watch all the time back in the day. I have no idea the state of it now. If it even still exists. Seth Green carried it up until 2022. Adult Swim still exists, but it's not what you remember. Yeah, I imagine over that amount of years, I imagine it's changed quite a bit. It's kind of crazy that like Adult Swim, I feel like it introduced me to anime before I like actually knew what anime was. Like I feel it's kind of weird to think about like that, but like certain shows I watched back then, like I kind of watched before like knew they were anime or before I even knew what anime was. Because it really wasn't like that. Like you're old enough to I think remember before anime, I think was a thing, right? Or maybe that was me and where I just lived or who I knew. But like when I was in school, like anime really wasn't a thing that much. I mean, I guess I had maybe one or two friends that had some things, but yeah, exactly. I kind of just thought anime was just like, you know, just regular cartoons, but just in a different style. I didn't realize it was how it was. It'd be how it be. Yeah, Full Metal, yeah, FLCL, that's right. Full Metal Alchemist, right? Or wait, what is FLCL? Why it rings a bell, but also was that Full Metal Alchemist? I can't remember. But mine was definitely Inuyasha. Um I watched a lot of Inuyasha honestly when that came out. What was FLCL? Why Fully Coolly. Oh, interesting. I've never heard of that. Like ever. But I remember watching, I think, yeah, Bleach was on there, but yeah, it was Inuyasha. They actually, I think, used to have like Lupin the Third, which is a pretty old anime, actually. I think they had that on there. Well, I mean, there's so many. I would consider the vast majority of anime weird. Like, compared to traditional media, like, anime is very weird compared to traditional US based media. You know, they got a lot of things that would not really pass over here. Yeah, a lot of them have innuendo and certain, just like, I don't know how so, like how certain shows just like have the whole, like panty shots and stuff like that. It's kind of just, I don't know how much like that is in like normal stuff. I don't know, but it's certainly a thing. The guy has a pillar horn thing that pops out of his forehead that's supposed to represent, well, oh, interesting. Yeah, that's an interesting one. What I watched one recently that's like a fairly well-known one, but also fairly well known for being weird. Oh God, what was it called? I don't know if I mean there's quite a few like that actually. Have you ever seen uh Ghost Stories before by chance? Because if not, you might want to check that out. Only because of one thing, the English dub of it is like the most insane like dub ever. They basically just said whatever they wanted to, and is completely different from what the show actually was. And they say some truly ridiculous stuff in it. But I would check it out sometime if I were you. If you're into anime at all still. If you haven't already. It's pretty fairly well known for its dub though. FLCO was like a coming of age anime disguised as a mech robot thing. Soundtrack was killer. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I'm surprised I've never heard of that. Man, why does the FLCO when I see it like that, uh makes me think of something. I don't know why I'm thinking of Full Metal Alchemist. I know it's not that. Maybe, God, well, there's another show that was like abbreviated, very similar to that for some. It's kind of hurting my brain. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Okay, let's see. We got timers now. When you said Full Metal, are you talking about the original or Brotherhood? I'll be honest, it was so long ago, I don't remember. It might have been both. Do they have both on? I only watched it on Adult Swim. So whatever was on Adult Swim. They might have had both on there. I think they definitely had Brotherhood, but I think they might have had the original. I don't know. I'll be honest, I wasn't it was an okay show, but it wasn't my favorite. No. Does it sound really scratchy right now? Like, does it sound like it's all distorted and fucked up? Okay, hold on a second. Is it better? Did that fix it? Okay, thank God. No, thank you for telling me. Um, I don't know what's happening. Something weird is happening, like almost like my internet lag spikes, where all of a sudden the mic will just have this weird static noise whenever I speak. And the solution is to unplug and replug in my amp that's connected to my computer that my microphone is hooked up to. I don't know what the hell's going on. It's a relatively new, or it's a very new mic preamp and amp that I'm using. I don't know if something is wrong with the amp, but unplugging it and plugging it back in, it might be. And I don't know if the cords are too close to something. I would think if a cord was too close, it would be like a static noise instead of like a instant all of a sudden something's fucked up your connection. You know what I'm saying? Because it's happened several times, and I'm glad you said something. Because I can't tell at all when it's happening unless I like set up the thing so I can actually monitor the output, which is kind of a pain and not something I would typically ever do unless I was checking for something. So I'm not. I need to figure out why that's happening. But no, don't feel bad about saying something. Because yeah, otherwise I would have had no clue, and you would have just suffered for no reason. So I'm glad you did. But yeah, that's happened a couple times, like a handful of times now. And I mean, it's happened like before where I didn't notice it and no one was here to say anything. So I actually opened a VOD one time. Is the port jack connected all the way or bent in any way? It's not bent in any way. Like I said, it's brand new, and I'm fairly sure I even tried using a different port on my USB. But it's like nothing, I'm not doing anything that's triggering it. Like nothing physically moved that would have, adjusted or changed something. It's very just sporadic. It's very, very weird, honestly. So again, I don't know if it's the actual amp. I do know reconnecting. Yeah, I do know reconnecting. Like for that time right there, I didn't even unplug the USB on the computer. I plugged the connection on the back of the amp itself that leads to the computer. That's a short. I've experienced it in my equipment before. So you think it's the cable or the amp itself? Probably the amp, unfortunately. really hope not, but because I don't want to have to send that thing back. But I did buy what I could be either. Okay. Yeah. Well, I've eliminated it. Because I wasn't sure if it was like even on the software, because it only happens when I'm speaking. Well, I guess it's because probably the filters are maybe filtering it out when I'm not speaking, because I do have a few filters set up. I'd have to double check that. But yeah, I actually like had a VOD play one time, and I heard the sound of me speaking, and it was just like what you heard. It was not good. It was not good at all. It was painful to listen to. But yeah, I need to figure out what's going on there. And I've tried to move my cable that goes to my preamp is not by any other electronics currently. But my cable that goes from my preamp to my amp is by some. And then when it goes to my amp to my computer, it's by a whole bunch. It's only actively listening when the amplification hits a certain peak if you're not using push to talk. That's why you're only hearing it. I see. I see. That makes sense. Well, I wasn't sure because I do have some filters on. Like if I whistle, I can whistle high enough where like the noise canceling actually tries to take it out completely, which is probably just a setting in there somewhere. I'm guessing for like a hertz or whatever. Some frequency setting, but yeah. But yeah, I'm glad you said something. And I mean, I guess I know now that it's obviously still not fixed, so I still have to try a few things. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of settings. And like I said, I went through at one point and kind of played with them and tried to dial things in a little bit. But again, I'm probably not the best judge of that since it's hard for me to like listen to my own voice. And it all kind of sounds a little bad to me, honestly. Some worse than others, though, definitely. But let's see, what filter? Oops. So currently, this is what I have, actually. Your audio is actually really good aside from the one short issue. Well, that's good, because I kind of went full streamer out as far as buying a few new things because I was worried about audio. I had the Bluetooth, or not Bluetooth, God, Blue Yeti. Sorry, my voice is all of a sudden like really like dry. Hold on. Oh, I'm starting to feel talking for 8 hours. No, I just went and got the mic that everybody has, pretty much. That I've heard a million times and I've never heard it sound bad, which is the expensive Shure 57B or whatever. It's one of those things where everyone's like, "Oh, it's probably overkill." And it probably is because it's way probably more expensive than it should be, but I've never heard anyone use this mic where I was like, that sounds bad. So I was fairly confident like in the quality of the mic. And I already like didn't like my voice, so I really wanted something that was going to like where at least I didn't have to worry about the quality. So I'm glad you say that because I've not really had too much feedback on the quality, which I wouldn't expect though, because I've never complimented anyone on that ever. Out of the thousands and thousands of hours I've watched Twitch. But the Shure, I mean, it is a good mic. They make a good mic. And I got like the Cloud Lifter preamp because I wanted to make sure, it was going to sound decent, so that I know helps a lot. And then a fairly cheap amp. So yeah, it does. And yeah, you're right. It's only I didn't want it to. I know how important audio is on Twitch. It's actually probably more important than the video. And I don't think a lot of people realize that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. Cuz Twitch actually determines like your view count by whether or not the stream is muted or based on the volume, I should say. So if it's muted or the volume is all the way down, they don't count you as watching. So if you're technically just viewing the stream, you're not actually a viewer, which is very weird to say. Oh, Twitch app has an audio only setting I use quite a bit. Interesting. I mean, so many people use Twitch, I think, for white noise or like a side monitor type of thing where they're not actively paying attention to. I mean, a lot of the time, that's how I use it. I use it a lot of the time as, background noise, kind of. So it makes sense that they are kind of set up like that. But one of the quickest ways to scare away, I think, new viewers is by having shitty audio. I'll keep audio chat up and no video feed a lot of the time. Yeah. Yep. Because it is more important a lot of the time. Because there are a lot of people that they're just doing other stuff. They're like on their phone or watching something else or playing a game. A lot of people I think are actually probably playing games while they have a Twitch stream up, since it is a very gaming focused website. And the vast majority of people I think are watching people play games. Although nowadays there's a lot of IRL and a lot of just chatting out there. They're definitely the biggest streams, are the just chatting in IRL, but I think the majority of people are still watching gaming stuff, if I were to guess. I'm sure you could probably look up stats on that fairly easily, but I'm usually coding or using LLM aside you. Yeah. That's what I do a lot of the time. Like my whole like website of, 120,000 plus lines was pretty much all wrote with having someone streaming, like just as white noise in the background. Because that's what I normally, well, I shouldn't say normally. I kind of switch between streams and music for like background noise. Major flex, what'd I say? Oh, the 120. Yeah, that's actually more than that. I thought I said that earlier. You might not want to. Because I didn't mention it's a singular file. That's the rug pull. I have a singular file that is that big, and it's quite frankly a little embarrassing. But there is a reason, kind of. Are you sure you want to? I mean, have I not shown you that site error? I'm kind of forgetting like what I show people and don't show people, because obviously people are bouncing in and out of here all the time. And maybe I've not mentioned this because I sometimes don't at all. But this is a site. This is actually not the latest version. I mean, but this is the site that it's going into. I can show you the code. But it's just a lot of fucking code in one file. I don't think I have it open currently. But that's where the all that code is going to. And there's actually, I could actually go through and show you a lot of features that probably wouldn't stand out unless you're actively looking for them. But also you can go through and kind of play with things yourself. And I don't know if you're familiar with Minecraft, but actually, like, if you look here, this is what it looks like when I open it. I don't know. Well, I do know what you see, and it's not this. It's the older beta version. I technically have 3 different versions of this stupid site because I'm an idiot, basically. I have the normal version that is at the base site without the subdomain. That's the super, super, super old version, which is what most people use because they don't know about the beta site. And then the beta site, which is what about 10% of people use because it's on a subdomain and people are lazy and stupid and don't follow links that say I have a new site, so they use the old site. That's essentially what that boils down to. And then I have this site, which is essentially the dev version that I've been working on and just for whatever reason have not released to the beta in forever. And it looks completely different because I added a bootloader and some other stuff since then. And this is actually a custom shader thing I worked on that uses like fake, or I shouldn't say fake, shader based like ray tracing kinda to this isn't actually like real geometry. This is like a or 2 triangles, and this is just like fake geometry. I'm kind of like fake raycasting essentially. No, don't feel that way. I've spent way too much time on this, honestly. I have issues, mental issues. Uh, yeah. But there's a lot of features here. So let's see. Obviously, it's kind of like Minecraft. You can fly around. It's basically like creative mode all the time. You can instantly turn on and off no clip with a single button. You can instantly toggle on and off all the lighting with a single button. You can change, although it's kind of hard to tell, it actually has proper lighting simulation, but mine don't enable me to recreate Minecraft in the browser. Oh, this cost me some, yeah. There's definitely been a cost to this, in brain damage, I feel like. Because I think brain damage is also what led to me making this and spending so much time on it. It definitely has given me some gray hairs. But it's also been fun because I've learned like a crazy, crazy, crazy amount of things creating this, which is honestly kind of what the whole thing was really about when I originally created it, was learning how to do stuff. Because I had never done any 3D rendering ever before this. I had never written a shader. I had never even seen a shader. And I've written, I don't know, several thousand lines of shaders now. Spent hundreds of hours looking at them. And no, way more than I would ever like to know about shaders, honestly. Eggs? Thank you for the hydrite. And welcome back. I haven't seen you around in a while. What have you been up to? But there's I could show like a bazillion different things in this if I'm being honest. This actually has a an exporter that where I can export it to like a full like 3D model that you can like open up anywhere, and they're actually like better than any of the other exporters out there currently in multiple ways that I could like just easily show side by side. Tell me you have a 6-figure salary without telling me you have 6. Yeah, I wish. Nope. Nope. If anything, that's my weak point. Is I'm not good with using my skills to acquire money. I'm good at creating stuff, but not so much at selling or marketing that stuff. That's where things kind of break down for me, unfortunately. So this site, like, has only been a drain on me financially and with time. Like, I don't even really. I had this site like up for 8+ years before ever even putting like a single ad on it. And I still hardly run any ads, but it's basically just a money drain. I really would like to make a paid or some sort of version or some thing where I can get some more money out of it, or some money I should say, but uh it's yeah, it's a thing. On this website I do. Well, on I should say on certain versions of it. There's something wrong here. Mojang hired an entire team for porting Minecraft. Just hire this guy. Yeah, Minecraft. You know what's funny about that is Bedrock is kind of a piece of shit too. Uh, like in doing this project, I've like obviously looked at Minecraft a lot in different ways that other people might not have, and like kind of really like in detail, like how does this feature work exactly? Like testing things, and from what I can tell, Bedrock sucks. Like Bedrock, I do not know. It really kind of pisses me off, like how they just change things for the fucking sake of changing things. Like they rename stuff in Bedrock that should not be renamed. I don't understand what the hell they did with that whole thing. They basically, from what I can tell, is had two completely different teams that are basically just doing whatever the hell they want. And like it's insane. That whole thing is kind of insane to me. But I understand it because it's Microsoft, and of course, why not? Of course, Microsoft is going to do dumb shit to try and make more money. I had to use a packet translator to support Bedrock. It doesn't support me, or it doesn't surprise me. Their naming scheme, even in their NBT, is god awful. They have like multiple naming schemes in their NBT data, and it pisses me off that they are so, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Oh, yeah, Bedrock. Ah, fucking Christ. And you know what's funny? Like when I created the actual like rendering, or not rendering, the exporter on this, obviously I was testing it against other exporters, including Minecraft. And what a surprise, Minecraft has by far and away the worst 3D exporter out of anything that's available. Like it's almost like a joke how bad it was. Like missing giant pieces of geometry where it was just like completely open, like parts of the chunk, almost like, I don't know if you remember old school Minecraft where it just used to have like parts of the terrain that were like not generated like because of whatever bug they had, so it looked like it was like a hole in the terrain. Yeah, they have that like on their 3D generation. They have all these settings that are fucked up. It's crazy how bad theirs is compared to someone that doesn't work there, and is not getting paid. You know, it's just kind of a joke how shitty some of their stuff is, honestly. For how many people they have working on it, uh, I don't know. I would guess OpenGL, but I don't know. Because I'm guessing OpenGL is what probably runs on mobile and not DirectX. But I'm not really sure, actually, if I'm being honest. Because, I mean, DirectX is a very Microsoft thing, so it wouldn't surprise me if they went with that over OpenGL. But I don't know how that would work on like mobile and stuff. So maybe they did go with OpenGL. I mean, some of their rendering, I will say this. Bedrock seems to have done fairly well as far as optimizing rendering speed. It does that fairly well. But there's still a lot of things it just sucks at. Or it just has changed for no reason at all, or for whatever reason it doesn't support this feature, like the Java version. It's crazy. I don't know what the hell they were thinking when they did this whole thing. Microsoft Appy Suite provides either the OpenGL API or DirectX when played on Windows. Interesting. So I guess it's still OpenGL for the most part. I have never touched any DirectX stuff, so I'm not sure. I mean, obviously it's going to be similar because it's doing similar things, but I don't know how different it looks from like OpenGL. Because OpenGL is basically WebGL, which is what I've used for this, essentially. So WebGL is, yeah, essentially OpenGL, but for the web. So it works almost identically. Almost. But here's one thing you'll probably never see in Minecraft. Actually, let me get a better model for this. See if I can't find. Also, I probably shouldn't technically be showing this because these are, well, what people think are private, except I can see them and others can't. Let's see. So these are actually what other people are uploading, which a lot of the time happens to be like the starting things I provide. They just up or save them because they are like trying to test save features. But let's, oops, error with the entity. Like this is something somebody uploaded here just recently. Let's see, how long ago? 1.3 days ago. So every once in a while you'll actually find some cool stuff in here. Like I can tell this is from God, what site? I don't know, remember what. There's a site that has all their schematics like numbered. So I can easily tell whenever something comes from there. What's a good one? I don't see anything that's catching. Here, let me just do this. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. I'll just do, I'll do this one. The statues in the yacht are nice. Yeah, there's a couple, this is actually one I built a long time ago when I kind of first started getting into Minecraft. But here's the thing you'll probably never see in Minecraft. Well, not this, but this. Whoops, I didn't actually mean this part. And also this part. So I can actually, I created a completely different control scheme. So I can go into like a model view and orthographic perspective, which is only possible when you can't do orthographic in first or third person correctly. It's just really not possible. So you have to have a orbit model type view to do that. And I can also auto rotate any direction or movement I want just by tapping a button. So if like you wanted to make a special like video, I could. That's actually one of the interesting things is one of the only things that really makes this Minecraft is that I'm using their texture pack. Otherwise, I'm just using, you know, generic code that's not attached to them. I don't know. I don't think they could actually do anything. If I use my own textures, I don't think they could do anything, you know? Because that's the only thing I'm really using of theirs. Well, textures, I mean, any assets, essentially, they're theirs. Which essentially are textures and sounds. you know, but outside of that, this is all my own code. I just, I'm kind of using Minecraft as my inspiration, essentially. I mean, they can't do anything about other people, voxel games or whatever. Plus, yeah, I don't think they would ever, because I was very worried about that. And I'll be honest, when I decided to redo this and really, really push, kind of making it look nice, I kind of wondered, like, how nice can I make this before Minecraft or maybe starts to wonder, like, is this a problem? Or I think they are making too much money, though, for them to ever try and, like, raise a whole, whatever. Because I've also been part of the Minecraft community for a long time. And I've, like, actually, here, I'll show you. The site I originally... Where is this link? Oh, it's in here. Well, I don't even really need to... I'll just do this. So I got on this site very early in Minecraft, development. So this is kind of the name I used to use everywhere, and I still do kind of for the most part. So this is kind of the stuff I made. I wasn't trying to be doom and gloom, by the way, just keeping it real about how much Microsoft. Oh, no. I believe and understand you completely, and believe me, it's something I've thought a lot about. Because I didn't want to spend a whole bunch of time on something where I was just gonna get in trouble for it, or something like that. But I don't think I really, and especially because I'm not doing anything like monetarily with it. You know what I'm saying? Like if I was trying, basically, here's the thing. There's so many people like doing really scammy things with Minecraft to make money off kids. A lot of people are running a lot of servers that do some really shady shit to make money off gullible kids. And I think the fact that they haven't gone after them makes me somewhat safe. Also, I actually had a member of Minecraft's team, actually a higher up. I don't remember what his position was, but he was like in a director position at Microsoft. Follow me on Twitter, or follow my Cubicle account, I should say, which I was kind of like a little nervous. I wasn't sure if they were going to contact me or what, but they never end up doing it or saying anything to me. I'd like to see you reskin and monetize it. I think I could monetize it in ways that wouldn't require skinning. Like I think I could just, like if I wasn't, I'm not trying to like sell free Minecraft. And I've always been very, very careful about trying to market this in a way that made it look like I was trying to have free Minecraft or anything, I don't know, questionable. I've always kind of tried to market it as a Minecraft editor. Because, I mean, that's essentially what it is. However, this is, I would say, outside of Minecraft, this has the best building experience that's ever been made. Because one of the things that all the other editors suck at is actually building. That isn't a main, like, editor. Like, you can't do something simple like this in any editor. Because there's a lot of custom stuff that's makes or that goes into like regular building that people don't think about, like directional block placement, or if I look up or down or at this part of the block, then it places it here or here or here. There is a ton of that stuff. Or this system like for connecting things, the system that makes this block change based on this block being placed here, there's a million different systems like that. Marketed as a build exporter viewer rather than a game Minecraft clone, your use is transformative enough to justify fair use. I really think this has potential. I'm not just yanking your chain. I mean, I believe you, and I think it does too. And the main reason I'm not currently doing that or pushing that is basically because I burnt out myself on it. And I'm just kind of taking a break. I basically did nothing but work on this site for several years. Like, at all. I basically just worked on this site. And there's a million things I haven't shown you. Like, a million things. Like this, for instance. It's not just block placement. I also have beacons that kind of work in a rendering type of way. And I can actually turn it on and off just by right-clicking it. There's lots of little things I've put in over the years just because I was like, oh, I wonder if I could do this. The thing is, I suck at marketing and I suck at sales. And once I tried to add that to my list of things I was doing on top of being the main dev for this, being the main backend dev for the site, and trying to just manage over 100,000 lines of code on my own, I kind of burnt out and just I basically had to step away from this for a little bit. So I haven't worked on it in a while. Maybe like getting close to a year. Which isn't great because it is complicated enough where every day I don't use it or I'm not programming with it, I'm forgetting a little bit of how I programmed it. You're not in sales, you're a developer. Let the awesome thing you built sell itself. Taking a break is completely understandable, but don't just let it gather dust. Yeah. I know. I'm not sure the best and easiest way to do it right now, honestly. Because every time I try and lean into a different way, I encounter an obstacle that I have issues getting past. And I end up... Also, I should say, also, some of this was kind of some personal issues. I kind of, over the last few years, and somewhat around COVID, and obviously a lot of people had things happen around COVID, but, I had some just issues with my personal life that were happening that also kind of, were not great. And that just kind of piled on to like anxiety, and I started having like panic attacks. There is a whole lot of kind of stuff that was, in and around this whole thing. That made it a little bit more complicated. So, yeah, there's definitely a little bit of baggage with this. But I mean, what's crazy and kind of pisses me off and kind of annoys me is the vast majority of people are using this version of the site, which you'll probably immediately recognize is a shitty version of it. Like, you can probably immediately look at this and be like, this rendering does not look that good. Also, these are ads trying to pop up right now because I have this on the old site. Also, it's not nearly as smooth. And there's a million bugs. Like, these shadows were completely fucked in this version in multiple ways. All these textures are of the old textures because this did not support resource packs. I hard-coded every single model. Ambient occlusion shadows were jacked up back then. The water didn't even use a texture. It was just a blue whatever. Sorry. I kind of just going off in a tangent now. Just basically because I have spent so much time on this. If you know somebody, it's basically because it's using a very low res image and it's kind of interpolating, basically. It's using way too small of an image to make the shadows, essentially, because it's trying to calculate images off, or not images, shadows off a image, and that only works so well for 3D. Like when you map that from one thing to another, it's actually a new option I have on the newer version. I actually allow people to specify. Well, first of all, shadows are a pain in the ass. If you know somebody or you yourself have some expertise in sales or marketing or whatever, I mean, we can talk about something. I would be more than willing to talk about some sort of deal or whatever at this point. I kind of was against it, or not against it in the past, but the idea of being able to do things myself was always something I enjoyed, and especially being able to keep the money all to myself was something I thought, the thought is nice, where you don't, it gets complicated when you split like money and stuff. But at this point, I would be welcome if you know somebody or if someone else wants to help. What's up, James Winter? How's it going? What's happening? But it's there's a lot of stuff, Air. I mean, a lot of stuff. If it could easily be marketed in a way where, if done correctly, I think it's definitely a possibility where there's some money to be made. But again, there's some baggage. So, welcome in, James. How's it going? Also, why didn't my bot just greet you? What is happening here? Oh, it gave a very rare error when sending a message when it tried to greet you, apparently. That sucks. I apologize, James. My bot was supposed to greet you. I'm sure you don't care, but it pisses me off because that's a bug that I've been dealing with right here. Stupid. Apparently it's a DNS bug too, which is weird. I'll be honest with you, I don't know anything about 3D stuff, so I'm useless as a developer, but I have done a lot of research on IP stuff, avoiding lawsuits. Interesting. Well, it's not so much the 3D stuff or even the client or JS programming stuff I need help with. It's more so the stuff I really, really suck at, which is stuff outside of programming. Honestly, like I would say sales and marketing, kind of, because I'm equally bad at both of those things. And the stuff I'm bad at, I tend to not want to do as well, which most people are probably like that. So I really, really, really drag my feet on stuff like that. And those two things are insanely critical if you want to make money. And they're a big reason why I think a lot of indie developers are never successful. Because you can make a great game, but if nobody knows about it, or if you can't market it correctly, you're not going to do shit with it. Well, how can you say you're bad at sales when you're not selling anything? I'm just bad. I've just never been a salesman. I've never had that personality. I think I could if I spent a lot of time and effort and really, really wanted to, maybe I could do it. I don't like the salesman personality personally. I don't like that vibe that salesmen give off. Not all salesmen are the same, but there's definitely a type, the used car salesman type. The I'll say and do anything to get a sales type. In 2025, reaching out like a salesman is a quick way to be labeled a scammer. The best sales are ones a customer wants to make on their own initiative. Yeah, and I would agree. Wouldn't try and be those scammy types. But I'll be honest, I have a weird limit for marketing and sales stuff as far as like, I think what the general public accepts as normal, I accept or I don't accept and I label as scammy and manipulative as fuck. Like, what would be considered basic marketing to me is like, a lot of it is just like, I don't know. Maybe not a lot of it, but there's a portion of that stuff where like basic marketing is also just basic manipulation in a lot of ways. And most people kind of don't think about it or don't care about it or don't know about it. But yeah, there's a lot of that shit. And I don't know, anything in that field kind of just is like, ugh. I mean, honestly, the one of the main things I was looking at is just doing a simple Patreon and offering a few maybe advanced tools to those people over the ones that didn't, pay. One for $10, five for 25. Does that sound like what you're talking about, or is that more tame? That's I would say a tamer version. I would say like fear of missing out, exploiting fear of missing out type stuff is just super basic manipulation that is pretty much just standard. I would say like anything like in that area, or I mean, even you can even say, I don't know. Again, I'm not a good person to do that stuff because I feel like one, I hate ads. I hate salesman people. So I would probably, I don't know, hold back more than I probably should because of how I feel about things, even though the general public doesn't feel that way about things. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't have ads on my website for, almost 10 years because I hate ads. But most people just deal with ads, you know? I mean, yeah, there wouldn't be nearly as much money to be made on the internet if I ran it because, there would be no ads anywhere. And that probably wouldn't be good because the money that has probably been made from those ads has probably created some good things. Like, I enjoy services like Google Maps, and that might not exist if ads were never created. I've never hosted ads either. I think most of my projects are net negative. Yeah. Well, another reason I never had it on this website was because I always wanted to make this feel like an application and not so much a typical website. And applications, the good ones don't have ads. If you have an app with ads in it, it's probably a shitty app, or you're maybe a shitty person. I don't know. I just never felt like there was a good place in this where I could have ads and not be super kind of annoying. I ended up making a super basic thing that like slides this up and has a couple small banner ads against the bottom. And honestly, it pays so fucking little. That's another thing. The ads pay so little that it's like I don't even think it's worth it at this point. I barely get anything from those ads. If I get $1 a day, I'm lucky. And that's like I make $1, and like that means 1,000 people or so see a couple ads. It's like I don't know if it's worth it. Like, is it worth inflicting shitty ads upon 1,000 people so I can make $1? I don't know. That's where kind of my view is like skewed a little bit. $1 a day is really good though. Yeah, I wish. It's only it's 1% of making. Yeah. making my life sustainable, or making it so I can actually live off of it. And that's on a good day. I'm sorry. $1 a day is good on a good day. I don't think I even make that much anymore. And not like this is certainly not the most high traffic site. And another thing I learned not very quickly, I actually learned this very slowly, is creating applications on the web is not great for SEO. Having a single page application where literally your only page is an application that has 100,000 lines plus of JS and just basically labels for form stuff thrown in everywhere is god awful for SEO. In fact, it's one of the worst things. If I made $1 a month, I'd consider that a neutral positive return. I was there right along you up until just like a few years ago. I think it's actually only been a year or two I've had ads where I was paying, I mean, all my hosting was covered by me, all the domains were covered by me. I mean, all the, essential things. That's basically all you really need. It's hosting and domain fees. And that was another thing, is like, I really wasn't, for a long time, I should say, I wasn't paying hardly anything to host this stuff. And it's gotten a little bit more expensive as time has gone by. And I've upgraded the server a little bit. But it was originally like a $5 a month VPS I was using. And like I had a singular domain. So that was maybe $20 a year. So I mean, 80, not even $100 a year it was costing me. So I mean, it wasn't huge. It's not a huge cost by any means. It was a relatively small. I wasn't using some stupid expensive like host or some whatever. Anything special. Just basic VPS LAMP server. Forever it had like 1 gig of RAM and I think 20 gig of... Did you need a VPS? I've been debating switching entirely to serverless functions. I don't know. I'm glad I have one. And I'm glad I got one because it forced me to learn a lot of things I probably wouldn't have learned otherwise. But I don't know. Whether or not everything I do could be done serverless, it probably could. Honestly. But would I switch to serverless? Probably not. I've heard several horror stories about serverless stuff that probably would never happen on a VPS. And I'm sure there's probably things that could have been set up to prevent that, but yeah, I'm not sure what all the advantages of serverless, to be honest. Like, I don't know. Like, what scaling is like a big thing for that, right? Like, I don't really have a need to scale, and my stuff is so lightweight where it's like, I'd need a fair amount of traffic to really bring things down. I mean, there was one time where I don't know what happened. It wasn't necessarily a DDoS attack, but it was something that essentially replicated one on my server. It wasn't a real DDoS scale attack, but it was enough to fuck up my database and bring it down because I had... I remember. My server was so close on the memory limits that they hit my database enough where it went over memory and it shut down on itself. So I had to add some little thing to fix that or make sure that didn't happen. And then I upgraded to 2 gigs, which I'm pretty sure completely probably fixed the problem. But yeah, I mean, 1 million free requests sounds nice until, oh yeah, sends you 10 times. Yeah. And that it was weird situations that came up that, led to those giant bills these people got where something, but that's what that can happen on the internet. The internet, the biggest thing on the internet is scale. 1 second you can be trying to serve 10 people a day, and then next thing you know, you have like 5,000 people trying to come to your site within a minute because someone posted it, and it just like destroys everything because you never were prepared for that. I think I just added Kappa Man to the character select screen. Oh man. But again, I don't know how realistic those situations actually happening are. I do like having a VPS though. I actually host like 4 different sites and a couple subdomains off of it. So it's kind of nice. And I don't know all what you can do with serverless. I'm sure you can do probably most stuff, but yeah, it's kind of nice just having a simple server to have for certain things. Yeah, they're all on the same VPS. Running Apache is like nothing, essentially. You don't know if you'd be saying that on stream? Yeah, I'm not too worried. There's not that much people can do, really. The site's been up for 10 plus years, and it's getting, you know how the web is, I'm sure. I mean, you're literally getting constantly attacked all day, every day. I mean, obviously, it's all automated stuff and not like a direct coordinated attack by any means, but I mean, it's still happening. Not that much. Not that much people can do, really. I watched an Indian hacker get hacked on stream the other day. I mean, I'm not saying there's nothing people can do. I'll say this. I don't go around pissing off people that I think could do anything. I try not to be an asshole. And obviously, people can just do whatever they want for whatever reasons, but normally people are looking for a reason or something to gain. And I don't have anything to gain. That's another thing. There's nothing to be gained from my server or anything. There's no data or anything there for people. And on for all the projects, those are all saved to like AWS stuff anyways. Like a key value storage bucket. So I mean that's fairly safe, I feel, compared to just having it on the server. Although I will say this, I did a long, long time ago when I first started, not on this website, but I had another website. And when I had no idea what I was doing, I initially went through GoDaddy because I was stupid and I had no idea what I was doing. And I actually did, and I can't remember exactly how that was set up. It was kind of like, it was very weird, like what they gave you access to. Because you kind of had like access to a file system, but you didn't have like full access to like the server essentially. Like basically they had it so you couldn't like brick stuff, like you could typically on a Linux build or something. But I think eventually something automated ended up, I think, getting through one of my PHP files because it wasn't properly set up, and some automated attack got through and actually infected my site with a whole bunch of garbage. to the point where I just like wiped it clean. And actually, what I ended up doing when I wiped it, I also at the same time walked away from GoDaddy. And that's when I went and got uh, the actual VPS and started doing stuff myself. And I haven't had any problems since then. But again, I'm sure there's things people can do. I try and be fairly safe as far as having certain things open. Don't worry, if I ever did gain entry, the worst I'd do is leave ASCII Astolfo on your drive. I think that'd be okay. I wouldn't have a problem with that. Yeah, and I am far from a power user as far as like DevOps stuff go either. I don't really use Linux outside of the VPS. I understand why people love it, and I love it as far as having it on the VPS. It's obviously 10,000 times more reliable than Windows. I really hate how unreliable Windows is as far as it just doing whatever the fuck it feels like, because Microsoft doesn't care about like having a good product. They just just want to do shit their way, and they think every user's an idiot that needs their handheld through everything. I love self-proclaimed power users watching the Vim and Emacs folks fight to the death while I use Notepad. Yeah, yeah. There's some people out there that are like that. I've never been like that at all. Like one of those like, ew, you're using the mouse? I can't believe it. You're taking your hands off the keyboard? Disgusting. It's like there are some people, I mean some people are joking obviously, but there's like some people out there. I've definitely had a few people comment on me using Notepad++. What? Why are you using Notepad++? And I get it. I get it. If I was, the only thing I had ever used was an IDE, I mean, I would probably wonder why someone else was using Notepad or Notepad++ too. Because you do miss out on a lot of things, but the day we decided that we need IDEs instead of just a text editor and compiler interpreter was the day the world forgot that simplicity is beautiful. Yeah, I would agree. It is kind of like IDEs are kind of like AI, where I mean, it's kind of like a crutch in that you get used to them and you lose something when you just continuously use them. You know, like I definitely feel dumber after having used ChatGPT a lot. Like I feel like I don't know. That's half a joke and half not. But like I think you know what I'm talking about. Where and I know people have already like this has already been looked into. Like they've already done studies. Like when you're handed the answers constantly, it's not great for your brain. It's not great for learning and stuff like that. Why do I need an hour-long Visual Studio tutorial when I can just Control F, find and replace? Yeah. Yep. I find Notepad and the syntax highlighting and just the basic folding features of JavaScript are just enough for me. If I didn't have syntax highlighting and folding, I would be out. I will say that. I think I said that earlier to somebody. Like if I couldn't fold code, I might just stop programming altogether. Like I don't know if I could program if folding wasn't a thing, honestly. It would be unmanageable. So much of my code would just be unmanageable. I would probably lose my mind. I rely so much on being able to fold stuff. It's crazy. That and syntax highlighting, yeah. It's just, it's a night and day difference. Just looking at the same color, it just like, I don't know. It's painful. Like when it's all the same color text. But I'm with you. I am with you. Yeah, there's definitely some power users. And you know what? I more respect to you. If you have like a million different shortcuts and keybinds and set up, I mean, and can do stuff that fast, that's cool. I kind of wish I could do that, but I've just never been like that. The Windows 11 version of Notepad is actually just as effective for me as any real IDE. The syntax highlighting thing is a bit understandable, but I literally never fold my code. Really? Interesting. Interesting. Maybe you're better about having properly, I would say, or having things that are better in length, or I don't know what I'm trying to say or how to say it. Maybe things that aren't as long is what I do. I tend to be more on the long side of, I would say, methods and classes and files than I'd say what is typical. And I think it's probably easier to manage smaller sections when it's not folding. Because, like, for instance, my website that is literally 120,000 file long file would be so well. I guess I mean I could control F everywhere, but ooh, I don't know. I use folding so much for that. I use a lot of indent heavy formatting. It makes the functional programming people happy, but a lot of people think I'm a heretic for it. Interesting. I mean, whatever works for you. You know what one person does, you know, one another person might think is like heresy, but whatever. I mean, programmers can't even, you know, come to an agreement on how indentation should work. So, that alone says everything, I feel like. The most simplest of decisions we can't even agree on. I mean, you have 2-space indentation, 4-space indentation, tab indentation, and I'm sure there's even more than that, but I know those are the main ones. And that's just indentation. So yeah, programmers are definitely a special breed of individual. As far as just like, I don't know, stupid small things like that, how much it matters sometimes for an individual. Like, there's a lot of things ChatGPT does that just drive me crazy. And I try not to look at the code because I see it and it's just like, oh my God, why are you doing this? I don't understand. So I just try not to look at it a lot of the time. I'm just like, whatever. If it works, whatever. I don't care. I just don't care. I put it into its own file and just segregate it along with all the other ChatGPT code and hope I never have to look at it again. Oh man. Well, I think I'm gonna call it for the night. I am getting kind of tired, and I'm going on 9 hours. I didn't even realize how late it had become. I'm getting a little hungry too, if I'm being honest. I didn't really eat much earlier. I think I'm starting to feel the I'm hungry shakes. The point. I sometimes not starve myself, but I'm not good about I think listening to my body is what some people call it. So I'll just like not eat for the longest time until I like physically almost like feel shaky. So that's probably not good. And I think I'm getting there. So I think I'll probably call it there for tonight. Yeah, it's it probably is low blood sugar. I'm it's kind of like I'm bad. I don't know. I've heard people with ADHD are notoriously bad with that. So maybe that's part of it, or maybe it's I don't know. God knows what mental illness I have that is the reasoning for it. But I also have that like when I have to pee too. Like I'll go from not having to pee to like if I don't pee in the next 30 seconds, I might die. I feel like that is like happens more often lately. I don't know. Maybe it's just getting old. So, but I appreciate the conversation and you hanging out in chat. It's always a good time. And think about that website stuff. I'm being serious. Like if you want to maybe think about it yourself or know somebody or whatever, it'd definitely be something I would be open to talking about at least. Because I do think there is potential there, but again, I feel like I definitely need some help because I've gotten to a point where I've just gotten stuck by myself multiple times now, and just doing it by myself has not worked out very well. I don't know if it's just a momentum thing or I just need you know, just somebody else there to help share the load or what, but no, yeah, of course no promises, and I'm not doing anything with it anyways, so it's still sitting there. I still would like to get back to it, and maybe I will. I would like to. I don't have any plans of just dismissing it at this point, but it's definitely not something I'm actively working on either. So there's that. But yeah, stop by whenever. Been streaming every single day for about 8 hours, 4 p.m. EST to midnight. So yeah, it's been fun. And again, thanks for stopping by. Always interesting to talk about different programming things and hear other people's perspectives. And you just seem like a generally nice guy and interesting individual to have around, which I wish I could say for everybody, but I can't. So, but yep, it's been a good stream. Been a good stream. Feel like I got some stuff done, and cute chat mod is sitting better than it was yesterday. So that's about all I can ask for in a day anymore. So, but I think that's gonna be it for me. So, thanks everybody for stopping by, and I will see you tomorrow.